Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Alba by Night. As always, I'm your host and storyteller, Working Class Werewolf. And tonight, I am joined by my wonderful friends and players. We have Strider.
My hands smell like bleach, and I don't know how to handle this.
We have Himbo.
If you put your hands in ammonia, then they'll smell like cat pee.
Oh, okay.
We have Frey.
Sup, everybody? How we doing?
And finally, we have Nyx.
I didn't kill anybody, which is good, but I think I used too much lemon in this curry.
Did you try putting... Hold on, let me figure out again what can cancel out lemon.
It's the acidity. Some fat, probably.
Yeah.
Probably more yogurt.
Hold on, give me 1 minute and I can help you.
Yogurt would probably give milk fats.
There you go.
Yeah. What cancels lemon? And cooking. I spelled cancels wrong, but they got this.
All right.
Himbo, take notes.
Oh, well, add to cancel out a strong lemon flavor.
Write that down,
Add sweetness, salt, or other flavors to dilute the lemon juice within the water. So, some say like soy sauce or Worcestershire sauce.
You've got a lot of acid. You just need to balance it with other things.
Yeah, so either salt or sweetness, depending on how you want to do the curry.
Fair enough.
Maybe something sweet could go well with the curry.
Maybe.
It's my first time making curry without, a HelloFresh recipe, so I wanted to try it on my own, see how it worked.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta iterate. You gotta gain that cooking XP in order to get good.
It's edible, and neither me or my husband are dead, so that's a good sign.
And next time will be tastier.
I'm private DMing you these examples because it also says complimentary flavors just for a next time thing.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
The sharing of food is the sharing of love, but we should probably start vampire blood-sucking
You didn't expect
shenanigans.
cooking tips, did you, chat?
Surprise!
Indeed. So let's get cooking and get this game underway.
Nice.
Maybe not with fire, because that causes rot trick.
True.
I've got an idea for a new character.
What?
Vampire who still loves cooking, keeps freaking himself out every day.
Oh, there's plenty of you could still totally be a vampire cook. It's just gonna be it'll be a while. You'll have to kind of deal with you'll have to have high courage until they invent electric stoves.
This is Don Diego specifically has a ghoul who is a chef, and that's why, that's my headcanon now.
And now we are going to flambe the brandy, and oh my god!
Just destroy the entire social encounter in the first 5 minutes.
Anyway. When we last left our coterie, they were shocked by the sudden revelation of strangers entering town alongside the missing children whom had been captured and spirited away by the Fae being returned home. Every single one of them. This caused a panicked reaction in one of the prince's guests as she screamed in terror of banality before running through the castle and hiding herself away. From there, the coterie went down to investigate the disturbance and discovered that there were indeed a bunch of new faces in town, all wearing a bunch of different striking outfits from all corners of the world, coming from all walks of life, men and women alike, but all of them bore a striking and distinguished symbol upon their being, resembling that of the Freemasons Guild, but different, distinct. Little else was known of them of that other than they were likely hunters, and that they did in fact have the heads of all of the Fae upon their person as they returned the children back to their home. Some slight mingling with them revealed that their leader went by the name of James McShawn, and he was traveling with his companions, one of whom was a lore master and rabbi by the name of Levi Davies. From there, however, Khalik made a small detour along with Tavis in order to lure a local brigand into the forest to kill him that she may enact a ritual to protect herself. But at the end of said ritual, it seems that her timing could not have been better, as the owl that she had summoned guided the sheriff into the forest who was looking for her with a vengeance, revealing herself to be a gangrel seeking Khalik's blood. Fortunately, Tavis is quick and compassionate, and he was able to distract the sheriff and send her off in the opposite direction without getting him or Khalik killed for the time being. Then from there, Khalik mustered up the owl to go and fetch the rest of their coterie to meet them in the middle of the forest to discuss what had happened. And so, our coterie meets up in the forest after having learned of the recent developments and the strange turn of the prince's sheriff against their party towards Khalik. And as our heroes plan their next move, we resume our story. Good enough, I think. As we open back up to the woods, Khalik having sent off the owl, having freshly ghouled it as well, which we'll see how well that pans out for her. No, but him's a good boy. He's just kind of stupid.
Kinda.
Runs with scissors.
That's his deed name.
What are we, fucking werewolves?
I know, right?
No.
I wish. Anyway, so the coterie stands all together, having learned of Khalik and Tavis's recent encounter, and the sheriff's bloody vendetta, which may or may not have been revealed or even spurned or ordered by the prince.
I'm gonna have to figure that out first, but
She will
Khalik has our
definitely
suspicions,
get
but we don't have any confirmation.
Exactly, that's why I said, like, may or may not. Either way. The sheriff is out in the woods, currently not in your direction, but we'll see how long that lasts.
I believe
I
we
did-
determined that we were gonna head back, specifically because she's somewhere out here, and I don't want to be anywhere near here.
And I did kind of just like point her in the wrong direction on purpose.
Yep. So you guys gonna head back to town, or are you going to... So you got actually a number of options here. You could head back into town, into Lockburg itself, or you could head back to the prince's castle, or you could just say fuck this and leave.
So, we did kind of talk about this in the last session, because Khalik doesn't want to risk the chance of leading the sheriff back to her grove in Pariah Paradiso. So,
Right.
Khalik is not for leaving. She has at the very least determined that she is going to at least stay with Don Diego because he has favor.
I would be happy to host you in my castillo.
She almost vomits in her mouth.
That's actually another thing. The night is passing, and you guys will have to sleep within a few hours. And,
Well, then what?
Khalik will also have to make a choice on whether she's sleeping in the woods or spending another night in civilization.
Just that Sideshow Bob grumble.
We can give you a place nicely connected to nature, far away from most of the people. We have lovely accommodation for our caballos. Our horses are very well kept.
Don Diego is on his horse, right?
Yes, he is. Alongside Fonwell on his horse.
Don Diego, what was the name of your horse again?
I don't think we figured that out yet.
No, I thought you did.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think I named
It was
it
Silver.
after Zorro's horse, Tornado.
Tornado, yeah, that's it. I was thinking Lone Ranger. Tornado, all right. Brilliant. So we got Tornado. And
Kalik is actually going to be a little bit curious, and she would like to speak to Tornado.
okay. Remind
wants-
me, does
she
Feral
wants-
Whispers just work, or do you have to activate it somehow?
She only needs it. Just no roll is necessary to talk with the animal. However, the vampire must make eye contact to initiate. If I want to command
Sure.
the animal, that requires a roll. But right now, it's less. It's more like an interview to see to gauge Don Diego, because right now what she's seen of him is both impressive but also not impressive. So she wants to see how he treats a steed that he says he holds in high regard.
I think this is the second time you vibe checked. I feel like you vibe checked Tornado previously.
I vibe checked
Lionheart.
Lionheart, not Tornado.
I feel like I have somewhere lodged in my head the memory of the vibe like a primpy prancing that, yes, it is well treated and kind of spoiled.
Yeah,
is the image I have in my head.
It might have been. We might have done this like way back during our very, very first.
We can re-go over it. Yeah,
But either
I
way,
would love to see
a secondary
horse
vibe check is not out of order or out of the question either.
Of course not.
I think, besides, if anything, for your horse to just completely, what is the word? To just rave about you. So
To win your
Kalik
praises.
is gonna go to Tornados. Is it Tornado? Tornados?
It's like tornado, but with the Spanish pronunciation.
You
Tornado.
say tornado, and I say tornado, tornado, tornado. Let's call the whole thing off.
So she will go to Tornado, and Kalik will put a bony, frail hand on his cheek. Even though the claws might say that she is dangerous, she does so with the gentleness as if she were doing it to a newborn.
Appearance plus animal ken, difficulty 5.
Excuse the hell out of you. Can you like?
It
please
has to
stop
be
talking?
appearance, doesn't it?
It does.
Here.
Okay. As you reach out to stroke Tornado's cheek, Tornado.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She does have inoffensive to animals.
Oh, okay, that would also help with this and probably make this even lower, but it doesn't matter. Either way, as you reach out and stroke Tornado's cheek, Tornado does not flinch and even lets out a contented chortle as you pet and give him good scritches.
Right. When Kalik looks at Tornado, how can she tell with how well he's been taken care of?
There
She
is
can glean that.
there's a gloss to her coat. His coat. I have it. Horse is Tornado. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. We can vibe it.
You know what?
We can vibe it.
Let's roll for it. Hi, it's a girl. Low, it's a boy. It's a boy.
Nice. Tornado is. He has a sleek, glossy coat, healthy hair. The mane is well kept. It is clean. It is lustrous. This horse has an aura of health. It is definitely fed well. It gets all its nutrition. It's all I don't know. It's a good horse. Don Diego takes care of it.
Can Kili got really lucky being with two vampires who actually treat animals like they're worth something.
If I may, you can also like feel that Tornado's muscles are very tough and strong, indicating a plethora of exercise and a healthy and well-managed diet. Not being overfed and not being underfed, and being fed what it needs in order to grow especially strong and thrive. It's not bred like the warhorse that Fonwell rides, but for what it is very healthy.
I have a quick question.
Yo.
How many of our party has inoffensive to animals?
Kalik does.
I do.
I don't, but I've been friends with Lionheart for 100 years, so we've gotten past that.
Depends on the animal you need to be inoffensive to.
So basically everybody... Okay, cool. We're good.
Yep.
Nah, William's stinky, sorry.
William Stinky.
Poor Stinky William.
Oh, Lord. So
That's his nickname.
Kalik will gently pet Tornado, and in her animalistic voice, everyone else will hear some soft, gentle braying from her, almost like under her breath. But she will say to Tornado, Your master cares for you quite a deal, does he not?
My master is kind to me. He feeds me well and treats me with respect and glamour. I do not know what glamour means, but it makes my coat look pretty, and he likes the word.
And the other animals, the bulls.
They are treated with reverence. They are well fed, kept healthy and strong as they can be. My master wants challenges, not mere, not easy kills.
Everyone will see Kalik's face kind of contort in confusion, like, what? I don't understand. He seeks these beasts out to challenge them.
Humans are predators. They take and they eat the meat, but sometimes they take and help and use those that they do not eat to help them eat. It is a strange but not uncommon relationship.
Are you implying that the bulls he helps help?
No. I am saying that my master does not eat me, but he does use me to help him get his food, make it strong, make it healthy, so that he has a good hunt.
And what about the bulls?
The bulls are fed well, bred well, to be strong. And then he likes to take them out and hunt them in a big circular pen.
That not be much of a hunt.
It is as much of a hunt as when the wolf corners the stag.
Except there's much more to that hunt. There's much leading up to when that stag is cornered.
I don't know what you want from me. I am just a horse.
Alright.
Fair.
Checkmate.
I mean, like,
I need the social security number, dang it.
I don't know what Kalik was expecting. I don't think Kalik knows what she was expecting. I don't know. I'm just a horse. Oh my god.
You're having like an ethical, philosophical debate about matadoring with a horse.
She just wants to know, like, how does the way he treats the bulls, how is that different from how he treats this horse that he claims to, like... She's trying to gauge the difference in reverence, and because it's something that she doesn't understand either.
I am not his prey. I am his partner. The bulls are revered prey, but prey still, I guess. I am just happy to be partner and not prey. I survive.
When Tornado says revered prey, she looks to Don Diego
Also,
with...
Diego beams back at her.
I'm going to be back in just a second. Keep going.
It almost seems like with... confused understanding, like it's something that she hadn't thought of, because a lot of animals are prey. The thing is just that bulls are typically not meant to be prey, but cows are typically prey / livestock animals. It's one of those things where she both understands it but doesn't at the same time. She's not as mad at you, I think, is the important part.
And I'm back.
Tavis, on the other hand, is furious.
And how are you finding Tornado?
He holds you in high regard.
I'm trying to pour
well.
water.
He says you care for him, as well as your revered prey.
I do.
I shall admit that is a concept that is new to me. Regardless, we have tarried here long enough.
The world is betimes filled with new things. Let us find a new place to sleep.
I must ask what our intention is with this new prince. He seems to be an enemy of mine, and wishes me dead.
What have you done to him?
Exist, apparently.
Teaches you.
The gangrel. We do also have Lord Charles Monroe, the smug asshole representative of the king. I have some note in my notes. Let's give him the third Odinite so he goes away, and I, the player, don't really know what that means. Like, have we done anything with the Odinites? Were they the...
That was like the first campaign that we did that was not even streamed. This was just us like having like fun with like a Dark Ages game from like way back.
So that's not a plot thread that we need to pick back up. Got it.
Yeah, that's from the one-shot pilot, if you will.
Alright then, yeah, like, what's the plan?
Well, you did also say that you would look into the matter of what was going on for the prince and report back to him in order to get that favor, that boon.
Oh, I do love favors. We need to talk to the prince.
And also, if you get that favor, you could potentially use it to your advantage.
Do we have the time to go to the prince and then go to shelter for the night?
How far away is transit time? Is this something that we do tomorrow night, or is this something that we can...
So this is something we could do within the hour still.
Absolutely.
And then still get back to Don Diego's place?
You might have to camp out a bit on the way back to Don Diego, given you would be like pushing your luck by making it back to the villa before dawn, but that would be the case.
Like a whole night.
But that would be the case no matter like what at this point, so that's not really going to affect you guys going to the prince or not. Either way, worst case scenario, you're probably going to have to find like a cave or some other form of shelter on the journey back home.
Oh no.
In any case, though.
We'll make it work.
Yep.
Do we leave Halik outside with some, like, do you feel safe going back to the prince?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But Kalik. Okay, so here's the thing with Kalik: is number one, she doesn't feel safe with this sheriff that is killing, that wants her dead, and because the prince was the one who leaked that information to her, she does not feel safe around him either. However, Lianan have a very specific weakness in that they draw their strength from nature, and well, for each week a Lianan spends outside of the wild, her dice pools are reduced. So she could spend a day in civilization and it won't kill her, but like she'll be pissy, but she could do it.
How about
With
this?
Yeah, with the mechanical thing, the more we get you back to nature. Sorry.
How about this? You and William go to the prince, and I will look for shelter with Khalid. Because now we have an owl. Or a stag. And we know where you are.
We have both.
So then that way you guys can get what you need. And we don't have to waste time looking for a shelter on the way.
Perhaps, at the very least. Mayhap not spending time in the castle, but in the town.
Very well. Will you join me at the castle?
I would feel quite comfortable doing so. However, it may be smart to stay close enough that were there to be a reason for us to leave, that the owl could warn us, or could alert us with a noise.
Halik is hesitant to call the owl back because she just let him go to... Well, first of all, can she see where the owl might be flying? Because she told him to keep an eye on the sheriff.
Perception, alertness, difficulty... Quick question, do you have Protean?
Absolute. Nope.
Then this is going to be difficulty 9.
I figured as much. Nope. It's not a botch, but nope.
The owl has since flown far out of your sight, and you cannot hear it, as it may not be the smartest thing in the forest, but it is still an ace stealth predator.
That's fair. I can call him on the morrow, and we can determine what to do after that.
I just wonder how we will find our way to you after we leave the prince.
You leave that to me. That owl did lead you to me anyways. I can use him for the same purpose.
As needed.
When we finish with the prince, we can get to the edge of town and follow an owl?
If it's an emergency, I'm sure that we can find a way to stay with the prince as well. He would be more than happy to host Don Diego.
Don Diego, aye. Shall we find a place to stay then, Tavis?
Absolutely. After all, we shouldn't be alone. We should be in Paris.
Safety and peace.
Just hope.
Alright. So, just so I have this straight, Tavis and Kalik are venturing out to seek shelter in the woods, whilst Don Diego and Fonwell are heading back to the castle and will later regroup.
Not
Yes.
in the woods. Kalik is willing to spend
Okay, so into
a
town.
time, like, in town or near town, because with the sheriff scouring the woods, Kalik doesn't feel like it would be safe to sleep there.
Got it. Sounds good. All right, then in that case, yeah, you guys will all head back towards town.
She will ask Don Diego something, though. Before Don Diego and William something before they get back.
Sure.
Of course.
You can ask while you're on the move.
There'll be a woman in his court. I believe her name was Cassandra.
I am looking back through my list of NPC names.
She was the one that, challenged Kalik, and it came to a stalemate.
What do you need done to her?
Not to her, but I want to know if there was an interaction we had that drew my attention, and I wish to know if she be friend or foe.
It can be difficult to determine with these creatures, but we will do our best.
It would be appreciated. My thanks.
The Embraced are a scummy, duplicitous sort. We will do what we can.
And then we will do the thing.
All right. Then with that, you guys will make your way back to town, arriving at the edge. Let's see. There we are. He's not here anymore right now. Alright, you two are there. And as you all arrive back on the edge of town, there you are.
I would also like to stress that at this time, Kalik does not have the horned antlers, and she has a hood up.
Got it. You will see, the rest of Raison d'Etre, regrouping outside of the local chapel all together and making their way inside.
God, this place is so depressing looking. It's on brand, but God, it's so depressing.
Whereas, over in the distance, you will spot a familiar face in a unexpected, or possibly expected if you know him well enough, place, as you see Oswald heading towards a local public house. One with a wood-burned image of a very well-endowed barmaid on it called the Bosom Chum.
Are you kidding me?
Don Diego, we have to take a detour. One moment.
No, you're right. You're so right.
That's a man.
What?
Scholar Minerva says, Frey, your Antonio Banderas homage is perfection.
My accent's fading in and out sometimes, but it's fun.
Spanish accents are surprisingly difficult.
I know, right? But yeah. So, this is what you see as you arrive in town.
Do we see our little hunterage over there?
Yes,
That's
you see
the
them
Raison d'etre.
Yes, you see the hunterage, as you put them, raison d'etre, making their way into the local church.
Well, I want a favor, and I've got some information about the sheriff to
Yep.
report.
All right. So you stay the course towards the castle. Sounds good.
Tavis might notice that Khalik has been looking towards Raison d'etre a little bit longer than potentially healthy.
You're staring again.
There are hunters in this town.
Yes.
I am wondering simply how simple it could be, or how difficult it would be, to just set them upon each other and then leave.
What are you plotting?
There be no plot, merely an idea.
Hmm.
I am still concerned about what this means for the Fae. Whatever our grief is with the prince, that issue still remains.
Hear me this. No matter what, you're screwed. You go in the woods, you get the sheriff. You stay in town, you get the hunters. Pick your poison, Khalik.
At least the hunters are the least informed of who we are. But that not be my concern. My concern is if there is a Fae population, this will not be the end that we hear of it. And there be a part of me that wonders if that could be used to our advantage as well.
Hmm.
It'd be something to, as those would say, sleep upon. But on the borrow, I would like to see if there's anything left of the Fae that were decimated.
That would be better to do tomorrow. You're right.
I would agree. Now, to find the least offensive place for me to stay where I could possibly sleep for the day.
When in Rome.
When Tavis says when in Rome, there's a part of Khalik that actually kind of flinches and she gives him this glare.
He has the most shit-eating grin on his face when he says that, because he specifically said it to irritate her.
He knows why that would irritate her too. She's such a crotchety old crone.
Well, think about it. No one will look for you there. And open all day and night. Nobody would wonder why we aren't coming out in the day.
Hey, but there still be the problem of the sun, and she kind of the head that's been on her hip is now covered by her cloak, and she just kind of pats it. This will only last so long and do so much to protect me from the sun.
Hmm.
Still, it would not hurt to inquire. We do have some time before the sun rises. But I will leave the speaking to you. You have the gift for it.
Oh, joy.
And it seems ever since I've arrived in this town, every time I open my gob, someone wants to kill me. Someone new, at least.
I mean this in the least offensive way, but that's because you shouldn't be speaking.
And yet I
This
am
is a
compelled to, not by my choice.
I'm just stating as a friend. We're in town, and in town, this is not the place for you to be speaking.
This is not the place for me to be. And yet here I am. When in
We can go
Rome,
back into the wood. Oh, As he's like still gesturing towards the woods.
only will indicate for Tavis to lead the way towards the church.
Oh, we're going to the church. That's even better. Okay.
That was what Kalik interpreted from what Tavis was saying, is that if we can't find an inn, honestly, go to the place where she would least expect, which is the church. That is what she interpreted from that.
That is not what he was interpreting, but he'll look towards the church and then he'll go, that'll work too.
This is why I wish you were clear in your intent, instead of speaking in riddles.
And start walking towards the
Still Sideshow Bob grumble behind him, but follow.
That better not be how Calyx's hair looks underneath the hood, is Sideshow Bob.
Just takes the hood off and just poof, it just pops out.
That's how you use obfuscate. Just take the hood off and poof, the hair just goes everywhere.
Alright, so whilst these two make their way towards the church, we are going to jump over to Castle Lockburg as our marshal men report back to the prince.
Were they heading towards the castle or the brothel where Oswald was?
Good question. Men,
Because we were
Were
going
you
towards
gonna
the
make a
brothel.
were you going to make a detour, or are you going to go straight to the castle?
We don't have time. Another night.
Yeah, no, we'll have to go to the castle first. Favor first, booty second, alright?
That's true, and you can also make a stop on, to the brothel on the way back into town. It's up to you. Anyway. Back over to the castle. Let's see. Yes.
Oh my god, Strider, I'm gonna DM you.
Please.
Okay, so Oswald, you are not here right now. You will return and you will find that the court has emptied out somewhat, as you see the prince, Cassandra, his chamberlain, and of course Sir Hargrave standing at attention as well. And Lucita is simply sort of skulking in the shadows, waiting patiently for something to happen. She sees you two coming in, and she flashes a fanged grin at Don Diego, waving a long clawed hand at him.
Don Diego waves back.
William will make sure to make eye contact with Sir Hargrave and give him a slight bow.
Hargrave will give you a salute. Ah, Don Diego and William, you have returned. Any word on the newcomers and the hunters in our midst? Those who supposedly slew the Fae in the forest and returned the missing children.
Yes. Pardon me. My eyes. So, funny story. I have been making barbecue sauce today, and I think maybe I didn't wash my hands after chopping up a bunch of jalapenos and habaneros. So
That's not good.
If you need
know,
to go
and
away
also
for a minute,
it's spring, and so with all the trees and grass and pollen and shit, my eyes have been, not having a grand old time. So part of this might be allergies, part of this might be spice. Yeah, the
Go wash your
raisin.
eyes right now.
yeah, go wash your eyes. I'll let them know. Like, it's okay, dude.
But Apollo's sleeping here. Ah, get up, cat.
Oh, no.
Take him with you.
All right. Well, in that case, whilst Frey goes and deals with that emergency, I suppose I'll jump over to the church instead.
I was gonna say I thought that was in character until I heard barbecue sauce. And I was like, this is way too early for barbecue sauce, sir.
All right. Give me just a second whilst I drum up a map real quick.
All I could do is smell this fucking, bleach.
I do love the smell of bleach, but I'm a weirdo.
I like the smell of gasoline.
I like that too.
No, long story short, me and Shay were going through my hope chest today and getting rid of things that we didn't need. And I don't know if you guys remember a year or so ago, maybe it was just last year, when not roof, but the ceiling of my grandma's bedroom collapsed from water damage.
Go on.
Well, it got into my hope chest.
Ooh.
And because I didn't know, there was a bunch of mold in it, which is why I had to throw away a lot of things. Thankfully, some things like my photos and all that, and some keepsakes, like a very beautiful, God, I can't think of the actual term, but it's like a sash to tie a kimono from Japan, were okay. Like, basically, irreplaceable things were surprisingly A-okay.
Gotcha.
But like clothing and books, I was so sad I had to throw away 2 books. Were not okay. And we everything that was just damaged, we didn't even just think about, we just tossed. And then we went through everything that was there. But I had to clean the bottom. And in order to get mold off of wood, because it's very hard, there's several ways to do it. But one of them is 90% water, 10% like bleach. And I had to do it that way. And I scrubbed and everything. The hope chest is fine and drying, but my hands perpetually smell like bleach, and I've cleaned them 7 times. I'm sure I'm so sterile. I can perform surgery on all of you fucks right now.
No, that bleach stuff that'll sink into the outer layer of skin. Unless you're exfoliating so hard you're sandblasting your hands, it's gonna be a bit.
I basically, with my with my I don't want to call it my tism, because this is more my OCD. I don't like feeling dirty, and so it's actually kind of a really bad problem. So if I feel dirty for too long, I'll start scrubbing layers off of me, and it's really bad. So I was actually exfoliating really hard. My bracelets are fine; they don't smell like bleach, but my hands, on the other hand, just. I guess I have to tear 5 layers of skin off. I don't know.
It will pass with time out of your system.
How are your eyes, dude?
It will pass with time out of my system.
I was about to say.
This will pass. Maybe a kidney stone, but it'll pass.
I've got a high pain tolerance. It's fine. It's just my eyes are a little spicy, and it's partially spring and partially probably not.
Just make your own hot sauce flavor named hay fever, and when people ask, be like, you don't want it in your eyes. Come on.
Okay, I just have to, just as a thing, I need to tell you, it is so comforting to see Sean Connery again. Like, I don't know why, but it's just so nice to see him again.
Hell yeah.
Also, what?
Oh, I could make a
Kalik,
joke, but I
you chose
won't.
the one place that the fucking hunters were. We could go back to the brothel. The whores are comforting too.
But then we wouldn't get Sean Connery and Liam Neeson.
Hell yeah, Sean Connery and Liam Neeson.
Well, unless one of them is going to hold me against their bosom.
Sean Connery might.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a Sean Connery deal, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
As I'm like eyeballing him, like, actually, now that I say this, what kind of
Granddaddy.
diplomacy role?
Well, since we're here,
Hold me, I'm scared.
nope. Definitely not
I was
that
gonna
one.
say, that was the most intense church music I'd ever heard.
I did not even hear it. I'm sad.
It's okay. It was very, very brief.
Yeah.
It just sounded, it had that introduction, like when there's a massive fireball.
Ah,
Let's try.
You know what I mean? I'm glad.
do.
Let's see.
Hell yeah, Soul Calibur music.
That's not quite what I'm looking for this, though. I guess we'll go with... actually, hang
It
on.
is rad, though.
Oh, yeah. Undoubtedly.
Oh, one final side tangent, and then I swear I'm done for right now. We, like I told you, we're going through my pictures. Have a picture of my grandmother with her sister, where it looks like she's actively choking her sister, and it is the funniest thing. Like, it brought legitimate tears to our eyes. Because normally they fight right back and forth, where one will call the other a bitch and the other one will call the other one an old hag. But they take the nicest photos. End of rant.
It's all good.
Was it the nicest church in all of Scotland? Holy crap.
I know, right?
Listen, I had to pull this like up at kind of the last minute. Okay, I did not prepare as much as I should have.
Oh, it's all good.
You're
Well-
fine. You didn't know that we were gonna go in here.
Are you going to tell me that as a GM you spent all your time designing the brothel encounter and not the church encounter? Hmm?
Shut up.
I bet he has a character sheet and stats for each of the hookers. God.
Oh, if only I had that time. All right. In any case, here we go.
Oh, I had that time. That was such a backhanded thing to say.
All right. So you make your way inside the local cathedral, and it is rather impressive. This is definitely a city cathedral. It's certainly not something like you would see in London or someplace, but for Lockburg, not bad. You will see several of the clergy sort of like seeing to the upkeep of the church, cleaning off the pews, lighting candles, several of them in prayer. Some of them are tending to some local refugees and others with no other place to go. And amongst those staying in the church for the night are the hunters, who have isolated themselves off in a corner as the pastor bids them good evening and walks off. They do not seem to have noticed you entering as of yet. That said, sorry.
Kalik is going to enter, but she has her she has her staff, and she does have the odd gate blob. So as she is holding onto her staff, she is also holding on to Tavis. Like, this is the frail old woman shtick.
All right.
He will guide Kalik, like going into the frail old woman routine,
All right.
and try to get them a isolated room, not room, but an isolated area to where they won't be as noticeable.
As you enter the church, you will be approached by the pastor as he makes his way off from the hunters, approaching you and greeting you at the doors.
Shit, it's moving.
Yep.
What?
My
What's moving?
goodness.
Holy shit.
Some more refugees. Quite the busy night we have here. But I suppose it is a blessed night with the return of the children and all. Welcome.
Thank you, Father.
For
We're
the-
just so weary. We're new, so we don't exactly know where we can seek shelter.
Yes, you don't look like familiar faces among my flock. Father O'Reilly at your service. And I'd like to welcome you to Lockburn Cathedral. It has indeed been a blessed night to see the return of the children at the hands of these wonderful wanderers in our midst and good Samaritans.
They are indeed some good Samaritans.
Yeah, but I suppose I've sung their praises enough for now. What can I help you with? Do you need a place to stay the night?
Yes. My gran and I, she can't really go much further without resting.
And I'm guessing you don't have much money for inns and lodgings and that sort of thing, then?
Not for the both of us, and I would rather not leave her.
I see. Well, we don't normally do this, but seeing as tonight is a night of homecoming for so many, it wouldn't be fitting or Christ-like for me to shut anyone out. Much like the innkeeper gave Mary room in the stable, I'm giving wanderers and refugees a place to stay the night in this night of celebration. So, just make yourselves comfortable. You can take refuge on some of the pews. We can provide some blankets and some cloths if you need them. What we have to offer, we will. Just be mindful of the house of God and don't cause no trouble, and you are welcome, children, in here.
Many thanks, Father. You truly are a man of God.
I'm just doing my best. Go with God and have a good night. You need anything, just give old Father O'Reilly a holler.
Colleen's gonna keep her hood over her eyes and just keep her gaze low, just trusting Tavis to do the talking as he said before, but also just to guide her.
And Tavis is going to put a gentle arm around Kalik and say, "Come on now, Gran," and lead her somewhere off, like a bit further away from the hunters.
Sure. So you find a place to isolate yourself in the church, opposite the hunters. And as long as you keep quiet, no one will really pay you much mind.
Is there an area that Kali can basically just go underground and just stay out of the sunlight for the day?
Make me a perception plus alertness roll.
Both of us?
Difficulty 6. Any of you who are looking.
Percept alert?
3, 4, 5.
Pegasus, how much is your Auspex?
2.
Okay, so yours would be difficulty 4.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's D6s,
That's
but you still
D6s.
made.
Well, there was an attempt.
To be fair, like, there's a part that should be like, you know what, he should have it anyways.
Do you need me to roll again?
Yes,
I
'cause
would.
it should
I
be
would like you
D10.
to, because that should be D10s.
No.
You do better. You should you do.
Hell yeah.
I see it all.
Yeah, you are able to actually find a corridor in the church along past the altar leading back into the church's wine cellar. As you make your way down into the dark, dank room, stocked with barrels upon barrels of fermenting grape juice, the scent of wine filling your nostrils with a not appetizing anymore, but still not unpleasant scent. It almost makes you nostalgic in a way. So do you make your way down there then?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
All right.
Not ideal, but this'll have to do.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I've always been a beggar.
So you'll make your way down into the wine cellar. And, yeah. And for now, we are going to jump back over to the courtroom now that our heroes have returned.
From wiping their eyes in the bathroom.
Now then, let's see. So, my friends, what have you to report regarding these newcomers, these hunters?
There are 5 of them, led by James McShawn. They also have Levi Davies. And, I give descriptions. I
Sure.
don't have names in the notes for Liam Neeson, the nun, and the Middle East lady. I don't
got
remember
you.
if we taught those.
I don't believe that you got all of their names yet. No.
Yeah, I've got James McShawn and I've got Levi Davies, and I give descriptions of the people whose names I don't have.
Yeah, you just know that the Liam Neeson figure was the man-at-arms.
We can at
And
least
he had heads at his belt.
Yes.
Yeah.
The town is in a state of revelry tonight. For better or worse, the hunters that have come to this domain have at least slain the Fae that the people are so worried about.
They rejoice at the return of what they consider the miracle of the return of their children.
Did you get any idea if they were suspicious of this town or its denizens?
It's been a month. Did I?
Not really. They didn't
didn't-
really seem.
Yeah.
They seemed more just like focus on getting everyone back rather than looking and asking more questions.
Yeah, it felt like they had accomplished their objective. It did not look like they were seeking more shit. So we're probably cool.
When you are told that your house has an infestation of rats, and you exterminate the rats, you usually don't go looking for more, that it's the same that they've done. They were told that this land was plagued by the fairy, they've exterminated those fairy, and right now they are, I would imagine, taking their time, relaxing and enjoying in the latitudes of the town.
I see. So
They're
you do not...
making... Sorry.
So they were not looking for any suspicious activity in the town. They were simply returning the kids.
That's
As far as
certainly
you
what
can
it
tell.
appeared. Yes,
For
it
now,
seemed.
that seems the case. They may have reason to suspect things in the town being wrong in the future, but right now they are enjoying their success.
Did you by chance see where they were headed?
This evening, I believe they were headed towards the church.
The church.
Or the brothel. They are closely...
cathedral.
The brothel and the church are strangely
Uh-oh.
close together, so one of the two.
I already have an agent in the brothel, so I don't have to worry about that. Declan, if you would be so kind, it would be my honor, sir. And Declan will start making his way out.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Excuse you. Declan,
He stops for a moment, looks back.
what is your charge? What are you to do?
He looks to the prince, and the prince gives him a nod. Is it not obvious? I am to look into the hunters and further ascertain their business in this town. And whether or not they should pose a threat or not.
Since there are 5 of them, and they stay together in a group, make sure to stay your hand. We do not know what they are capable of yet.
Come now, Brother William. You think I would raise my hand in a house of God?
Yes.
You wounded
Or
me,
outside
brother.
the house of God, were it to be so, but still. My thought is more that we do not wish to give them a reason to expect there is more in the town than they suspect. Be careful.
Whilst I understand your concern, Brother William, you must also understand ours. If we leave them with such little information as we have managed to gather thus far, they could easily turn around and stab us in the back. The Inquisition is still present, and we must not let ourselves be taken by surprise.
All the more reason to not alert them that there may be more to this town than they expect. Be careful and go with God.
Respectfully, Brother William, I know how to do my duty. And he will make his way out. Do not mind Declan. He is diligent but proud to a fault. In any case, it is not as much information as I would have hoped, but it is telling enough at least. Don Diego, William Tunbridge, let it be known that I, Mikhail O'Rourke of Lockburg, hereby bestow unto you each a minor boon for your service to me in this night.
It looks like the sheriff is not in the room at the moment, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure. I saw them earlier, but I'm pretty sure you deleted them off the map.
Yeah, that was left over. Don't worry about that.
Just making sure, because we got beef, so, you know.
Right.
No, we got bull.
Now, with that taken care of, you are welcome to enjoy yourself for the remainder of the evening in my castle, or if you wish to depart, as I said, I will not take offense given recent developments. That, and I know you have your own estates to tend to.
What are your designs for the hunters?
I do not know yet. That is why I have sent Declan out to further ascertain their nature.
That is wise, as would be expected of you.
If
Someone
they-
of your station does not get there by making bad decisions.
If their presence here is truly benign, then I shall not go seeking trouble where there is none to be found. But if they do have suspicions, I must do my best to assuage them, one way or another. But these people cannot be taken lightly. If these hunters are strong enough to break through the phase threshold and wipe them out, as they seem to have, then they are not simply ones we can just snuff out. These are not
Perhaps.
mere angered and incited rabble, and these are not experienced but unaware hunters of game. These are people who were able to take out lords of the Fae, an entire court's worth, if the rumors are to be believed.
Perhaps, one at a time, they could be dealt with, but so far we have never seen them separate.
That is because they are likely not stupid either.
Unfortunate.
So hopefully we can use their lack of suspicion of Lockberg to simply accommodate them and send them on their way. But I am not going to pray and anticipate such a convenient outcome. Their lot will rise, and they will burn our world to the ground and build from its ashes a new one. From the stone will come iron and steel and glass and electricity, lightning towering and powering it all. And we will stand alongside or beneath them. You certainly know how to pick a moment to speak up, don't you, Cassandra? You had your wonderings about them. I am telling you what I see. It is your place to heed my warning or dismiss it, as many others have. I did not bring you on my court to dismiss your warnings, Cassandra. You would be among the first. Now then. You are excused. You may go about the castle as you wish. Stay and go as you please.
Let's see. I am trying to remember, was going back through the notes, missed some of what Cassandra said, but the sheriff, when the sheriff got all in a tizzy from hearing about Kalik, that was because of what the prince said. Was that last session or was that 2 sessions ago?
Last session.
Last session. So trying to think of a politic way to bring up the fact that he, having said that, has set a threat upon my coterie, which is inconvenient to me in the execution of my, like, I'm wondering if this is the sort of thing to throw a little bit of political weight around, to be like, hey, like, our life is harder. Can you please do something because you made our life harder? Or would that require the invocation of the minor boon? That would be extremely ballsy and bold to do in front of Lucita. That would probably be more a, hey, can I talk to you, privately sort of thing? Having to think politically is not something that Toshi ever has to do. what do we think? I got the favor. Don't want to be too ballsy because I want people to like me. Because part of politics is being liked. It helps make...
I don't know if this would be helpful, but he seemed to try very hard to get Kalik's favor specifically. You would know this, but he seemed like he wanted Kalik's favor specifically so he could get those Lianan secrets. I don't know, like, he tried to get her to like him. So I don't know if you want to use that as part of your leverage.
I also don't want to throw Kalik under the bus or anything.
You know what? That's actually very smart.
Thank God there's no buses back then.
Right? But there were carriages.
That's true.
I've got politics.
We're talking about the way that he is phrasing. Could charisma be argued?
Or
he's trying to determine it.
Trying to have a quick wit. Like wits politics. I've got 2 dots in wits instead of 1 dot in intelligence. And I've got 3 dots in politics. I just, like, would the vibe fit? Because R5D10 greater than 6 F1? Well, less than. It's not amazing, but it is a success.
Sometimes 1 is all you need.
Yeah. So yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. So we encountered the sheriff in the woods, and man, she sure seemed dang mad. Do you know what's up with that sort of vibe?
Don Diego, save me!
Oh, yes. Like, imagine that same question, but without the sort of vibe at the end and in Spanish accent.
Is this something that is in person in this scene with these people right here, or are you trying to get the prince away to ask in private before I interact?
Oh, yes, very good question.
Ooh, that's a good... remember, Kalik did want you to try and see if this lady is kosher. Because Kalik got a vibe from her, but she's not sure what it is.
And I did miss what she said when I was looking up the previous thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and just like it's relatively neutral. Hey, she seemed mad. Got any like anything up with that I should know about in what seems, angry towards my coterie? Beautiful. I have 4 charisma, suave. I have 4 etiquette, read the room. So I feel like read the room because there are other people around and because I'm trying to vibe check Cassandra in this. Maybe that helps out. Maybe the suave doesn't help out so much. So yeah,
your skills are perfectly stacked for exactly this moment.
I think read the room fits better than Suave in this situation. We got a total of 8 dots. Okay, hang on. R 8d10
Help me, Don Diego. You're my only hope.
6 F1. And if I wanted to willpower, that's now a thing that needs to happen before a roll instead of after a roll, and that gives just +1 more success. Let's see, would this be the roll to make that on, or would it be the next one after I have slightly more information that would make more sense to spend the willpower on?
If it helps, typically you would spend willpower on rolls that you're not confident that you can do, that you will be able to succeed.
Fair enough. I've got 8 dice. I'm gonna be fine.
Yeah. You are. 7 successes total.
That roll makes me sick.
That roll makes me hot.
And boy, she certainly seemed muy enojada. Furious, yes. True. I believe that it is indeed the case. There we go. English. Would Don Diego grok the connection that gangrels hate? Like that the Does Don Diego have any clue why the sheriff is so mad?
I feel like this is something that Khalid mentioned at some point, if not the last time, that Don Diego knows for Khalid, like, the one of the other reasons that she doesn't go to parties is that if there are gangrel there specifically, she's in more danger because gangrel specifically hunt her.
Not a cult. No points in a cult. No, that's fair enough.
Question. Since William is in the room and William has a cult too, can I potentially make a check and see if there's information that he can provide?
Malik would probably let Don Diego, again, that if she has to go to a party, fine, but if there are gangrel there, she will do everything she can to avoid them, specifically because they hunt her and her kind down. She may have been vague about it, but she knows that he would probably know that there is specific enmity with the gangrel.
I can't spell gangrel. The R will go before the A.
They seem to have beef with everybody.
Perchance is the sheriff gangrel? Like, is that the sort of question that wouldn't raise eyebrows?
I forgot I was muted this whole time. Fuck.
Are you? Oh no!
Not the whole time, just like for the past few minutes. But yeah, it's a mildly bold question, but it's nothing that's like, it wouldn't be super inappropriate or like faux pas to ask per se.
Okay, if it's not a faux pas, like I'm okay being a little bold. So let's put some zhuzh on it.
People seem to like you. You've earned that boldness.
Alright. So yeah. Yes. She is a gangrel. I see you picked up on that. And I see that you have also picked up that she is a woman. Do either of these upset you for my choice of sheriff?
Oh no, absolutely not. Of course, women can be fine and strong, and like I don't want to dig myself a hole.
Specifically at Lucitia.
But she seems to have beef with my coterie, and so I am trying to protect my assets to maintain.
I shall have to inquire with my sheriff about this then, when she returns this night. On one
It would
hand,
be appreciated.
yes. Still though, this Khalik, she is your coterie mate, yes?
She is.
Well, she certainly has shown her accustomedness to being outside of proper society this night. She has not exactly behaved with reverence towards me and my estate.
Society is not her strength.
Nor would be estates, when we think about it. The closest she comes... Sorry.
She did seem rather eager to escape my party, but to so blatantly and brazenly chastise me in my own court during my own hours of entertainment during your show.
I am very sorry about that. She is very much of the woods, and manners and etiquette are not her strong suit.
So I noticed.
Prince. If I may, Prince, you know how derelict the common person within town is of their etiquette and their manners. She is a woman of the people in that way.
She is no woman of the people. The people are human.
I mean it only in the terms of her more unrefined manners.
There is unrefined, and then there is the Witch of the Woods, and her brazen disregard for any authority and decorum.
Man, like a true rebel. Fuck you.
We're just
Also,
talking
I'm
trash
back.
about Alec while she's not here, so, we're safe.
But if she is among your number, and you have served me as acquaintances and allies this night, I'd rather not tarnish our working relationship. Not over this. So
Don
I am
Diego
willing.
smiles.
So I am willing to offer you an accord. I will tell my sheriff to cease her pursuing of the Witch of the Woods. And in return, she is never to set foot in Lockburg without my permission again.
I very much think she will be pleased not to return.
It is not her preferred place.
So I have realized.
I would ask for a modification to your decree.
He's going to raise an eyebrow at you and look very sort of challengingly towards you.
Don Diego also turns like, man.
Being that myself and Don Diego have at least shown willingness to be compliant with your rules in this domain, would you accept that if it becomes an emergency where we must go into Lockburg, that she may attend as long as she is chaperoned or attended by one of us? For the safety of your domain, of course.
I believe that was covered in the without my permission clause of my statement.
I would rather clarify with you rather than offend you.
Roll me charisma etiquette difficulty 6, Fonwell.
Oh yeah.
Is this something Don Diego can like?
No, this is all Fonwell speaking, baby.
Oh boy, go for it, my dude.
Does being inspiring help? Probably not in this instance.
Not really. Didn't need
Alright,
it.
charisma's my social stat. That's the only one I really have points in. And I do have etiquette, so
Hell yeah.
Brings me back home.
Alright. He will lower his eyebrow and give a subtle nod. It is good to be thorough, I suppose. And good to see that you have more than just brawn underneath that armor.
with that, William will give a deeper bow than he usually gives to the prince, just to show deference to him, and then raise back up.
And then, as you raise back up, he will, that is, the prince will then bid you leave. No.
We do.
Alright, so Don Diego and Fonwell, you both leave.
Yep, he tells me to
Do I
leave.
blow
I'll
a kiss to Lucida. Probably not blow a kiss, but probably like
do it. Do it,
like
you coward.
a gesture. What sort of gesture? Let's be fucking cheeky.
Lick your lips.
No,
That's worse. Sorry.
you're a bad influence, sir. I give
That
an
hand motion?
appropriate gesture that's the vibe of the gesture is slightly cheeky. So not like brazenly cheeky, but like a little bit. Get a little bit of juice.
Scarlet Minerva says, blow that kiss. Flirt with her.
Oh hell yeah, we blow a kiss.
Alright,
I'm being peer pressured.
I am going to call that charisma expression.
Beautiful.
Difficulty will be 7.
I have 3 in expression and 4 in charisma, and I think my suave in charisma
Yes.
can apply. Alright, so I've got 7 dots. $7d10 plus... No. Greater than... You said 7?
Yes.
And what does the specialty affect the numbers at all?
Specialty means if you roll a 10, it will be worth 2 successes instead of just 1.
Got it. So difficulty 7. I want this.
Go ahead,
I'm spending
spend willpower. Yeah, my man!
So
Dude,
7d10
you've been able
plus
to-
1.
You've been able to regain willpower like it's a never-ending fun. Spend it all you want. You'll get it back soon.
Looking at this named character
Um,
in the game, going.
Actually,
"I want that
before you make the roll, I will also remind you, if you add a vocal component to this, your enchanting voice will kick in and lower the difficulty.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mi amor.
Make this bitch melt.
Like even just like an adios, señorita, or something.
Dude.
Until next we meet, cara mia.
There it is! There it is! The
There it is.
Carmia!
Difficulty 5.
Alright, if you want to go ahead and write down until next we meet cara mia in the notes, I will roll 7d10 greater than 5 F1 and
Plus
then
1.
a 1. Where does the plus 1 go in the formula?
After the F1.
After the F1.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
No, honestly, good
I
stuff.
mean, we
still.
take that. We take that. That's still good.
That's really good still.
I just see those two ones.
Like, it could have been better, yes, but still, 3 successes, that's still great.
Yeah. So, as you say that, you are going to see Lucita's eyes go wide, and she is going to sort of like cover her lips, and you will see like the shadow from her hand sort of like expand out to the rest of her cheek, creating almost sort of like a black blush.
You did it. You beautiful bastard, you did it!
And I'm out the door. Hell yeah.
Vampires can't get pregnant, but he about to try.
Try, I think you'll succeed!
With power of God on my side, I can do anything.
With the power of God and anime.
And he's back out.
Go, Diego, go, says Scholar Minerva.
Amazing. Beautiful. Perfect. Thank you.
Alright.
Don Diego gonna get your girl.
Whatever.
Goddamn, Diego, the chat has been rooting and applauding you.
William gets to contradict the prince to his face, and Don Diego gets to hit on his girlfriend in front of him. This is an awesome scene. I like it.
Alright. So.
You better earn like 2 willpower back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Don Diego, you are absolutely getting like willpower, both for impressing the prince and impressing the Lucita.
The entire chat, everybody.
So I spent 1 for Lucita.
Yep.
So if I had 2 X's and I get 2 back, I spent 1 to make it 3. So now I'm down 2 to 1 X.
Correct.
Okay. And you have to click on it and it goes there rather than okay. I see how it works.
That said, before we transition, as you make your way outside, Don Diego and Fawnwell, as you approach the stables, you will suddenly see, waiting just outside of them, the familiar and fabulous face of one.
You have not switched over.
Oh, hang on.
Not for us, at least.
Thank you for letting me know. Of one Lucita de Aragon.
Oh shit.
You got a girlfriend.
Uh-oh. No, she's got a boy toy.
Yeah, no, he is not in control of the situation at all.
I am not wearing the pants in this relationship.
He
You
is
are-
actually a piece of meat.
You are heading out.
Back to my villa. Though we would unlikely make it, not be likely to make it back. Air sunlight.
Si, Paraya Paradiso is a ways away, no?
Alas, it is so.
Well, I might have a... how'd you say? A hideaway somewhere nearby in these woods that I would grant you permission to enter and stay the night if you desire. If you would be willing to do me one small favor.
William's listening. He's not the person who's being asked, but
He
he's
is-
listening.
As she
He's-
says this, she is going to stride over and just sort of like run a long pointed nail across Don Diego's chest, looking him in the eyes.
He
Yeah, I'm
does
the
owe her a favor.
I'm gonna focus on getting the horse
got it.
ready. He's got this.
And what may I do for you?
Her smooth smile is suddenly going to fade into a frown of concern as she looks towards the town. My companion, Fatima, do you remember her?
I do.
She stepped out earlier tonight, but she has yet to report back. I have the utmost confidence in her, and yet I cannot help but feel concerned.
I would
If-
hate to see her come to harm.
If you can do your best to locate her and let me know of her whereabouts, or at least that she is still okay, it would mean the world to me.
So, like, Don Diego doesn't immediately turn around and go charging off to go find Fatima, but, like, yeah, we're gung-ho about this.
This is a simple boon. Like,
I shall see what I can find.
I would
Miss Lucita,
See,
do you have a lead for us to follow first?
I'm afraid I do not. If Fatima is one thing, it is good at being hidden.
We understand.
Then I will follow my heart.
That's just going to lead you back here, Don Diego.
I would rather you followed your senses, yours and those of your companions. Her skills of stealth are unmatched and unrivaled. But with hunters in town, if anything has happened to her, I would prefer you find her than they do.
William will look for a moment before the third eye on the top of his forehead splits open, and it starts to glow faintly as he brings his heightened vision with all specs into play.
As you do that, Lucita is going to go sort of like shocked and wide-eyed as she sees you. You're Salubri.
I am chosen, yes.
I see. I must go. Buenas noches. And she is going to run off.
Let us set out. The further we wait, the further she gets away.
Ah, but she is so fair.
And you shall find fairness another night, but we must find Fatima now.
True, true. Let us away.
And with that, we are going to go to break tonight.
Holy fuck!
Oh, that's a good ending scene there for the break.
Boyo, oh my god. Like, I know you don't know the lore, but the fact that you just fucking wooed Lucita to fucking Aragon.
Oh no, like, your girlfriend is so powerful, you gotta keep this shit in line, dude. You gotta be careful.
She is not my girlfriend. I am
Okay,
her
you're
boy
hypebeast.
toy. If anything, like.
Either way, you are on the precipice of making a very powerful contact.
Yeah. You know how you
Holy
have a
shit.
retainer? You are her retainer. You're an NPC to her.
But also, like, yeah, no, this is one of the most powerful contacts that you could have at this point in time. Like, holy shit. Aside from Dracula himself, like, Jesus Christ.
Possibly even more than contact, possibly even mentor.
Hot damn. This is the start of something beautiful, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Man, that
I'm
was a
just
good
imagining
scene. I like
Don
that.
Diego kicking in the church door, just be like, "Guys, change of plans. We have to find Fatima immediately."
I'm about to get late. We have to do this right now. I am willing to risk final death in the sun for this. Let's go.
I have a friend that can help you with that, actually.
Do we want to say at 10 past? What do you
Yep.
want to say?
And even 10 after sounds good. So we'll be back in about 9 minutes.
Beautiful. See you soon.
Hot
I'll be
damn.
here.
Well, I think.
Alright, and we are back, and I desperately need to get a bumper break image for Vampire, I am now realizing, or at least sort of like a general... I do have a general bumper image, I just need to actually put it up. Either way,
We need to make one of Don Diego and in like a ball and chain with Lucita de Aragon.
oh my god. Anyway, more on that in a minute as we get back into things. Are we ready to resume?
I'm ready.
Excellent. Then, in that case, we are going to pick up back in the wine cellar of the cathedral in Lockburg.
Oh, it's us. We're the problem.
Fancy.
We are always the problem. Honestly, it's just turning into Kalik is always the problem. It's always Kalik.
I like how you're the problem, but I somehow end up being the solution as why we're not dead.
This is why you've been like the only friend that Kalik has had.
You always gotta have that one friend that bails you out of jail.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's nice to know I finally have a use.
Anyway, I don't know if you were able to see this. Scholar Minerva commented this, and I would agree. Your music choices so far tonight, Beckett, have been on point, and I really do love the music you've chosen for this cathedral, so thank you.
Thank you. It is the Cathedral by Tabletop Audio. And I'm glad that my music choices have been very on point. I have been doing my best.
Thank you, sir. You are literally doing the Lord's work.
Glad I can provide an adequate soundtrack to this game. Back to which, you find yourselves deep within the darkened corridors of the wine cellar. The aroma of fermented grapes filling the room, reminding you of your human days back when you could enjoy a different sort of crimson that brought a different sort of ecstasy to you altogether. One more fleeting and one less healthy. Or perhaps more healthy, depending on your perspective. But either way, it's nostalgic.
Tavis would actually enjoy being around the smell, but not he never partaked in something frivolous, because when he was alive, he was also poor. So it'd be like the communal wine.
Exactly.
Kalik is gonna find... is this ground unfinished? It's not a stone floor, it's a dirt floor?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it is.
Okay, Kalik is gonna try and find the most, hidden corner she can and start digging a little bit into it.
Cool. What are you doing?
She's digging her bed for the night. She doesn't have an earth meld, but she's literally gonna cover herself up because the last thing that the church needs to see is this strange old woman just sleeping in the wine cellar, and for them to try and wake her up and be like, "Hey, ma'am, you can't be here," and then she eats them.
Fair enough, I guess. All right. Strength plus athletics to dig a hole.
Difficulty.
Difficulty here will be 6.
Oh, I probably should have asked. The whole situation with Kalik and the sheriff, does that count as Eye of the Storm?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, cool, because I'm gonna immediately spend it and use a willpower.
All right.
With...
I'm glad I did, because Jesus.
Yeah. Question.
Before that, I'm going to resolve Kalik's roll.
Go ahead.
So you start digging with your bare hands, and you're digging into the ground, but it's gonna take you a good long while before you can get a hole deep enough and wide enough to accommodate your whole body in all of this, and it's gonna be slow going, and you are not built for digging.
That makes sense.
Your question?
My question is, the things that's been happening with the hunters and the sheriff, would that count for survivor?
I have already resolved all of the survivor stuff that has been applicable up until now.
Damn it. Okay.
You've been doing well
Yay.
tonight, but you have not been in any situations actively perilous enough to qualify survivor, I'd say.
Yet. We
Indeed.
got our Brady Bunch upstairs.
And you will see Kalik just start like raking her claws across the ground, slowly, just like digging into the dirt.
The Tavis is just gonna watch. Like, he has an idea of what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
She's not doing good.
Yeah, he may not know exactly what she's doing, but he has an idea.
And
You can see that she's not doing well.
Do you require assistance?
Would be appreciated.
He will walk over and he will help.
All right. So you guys gonna dig with your bare hands?
That's what I got.
All right.
Won't be the first time Tavis has dug a grave. All right.
Honestly, true. I just don't. Wait, is there a shovel around?
I was gonna say usually you'd have like a shovel.
Perception alertness.
Can Khalid also do this roll to help him? Dip?
Difficulty will be 6.
With my aspects 4?
Correct.
It would be difficulty 4. Yep.
I made sure it's a D10 this time, guys.
Good thing you did, because Khalid didn't see shit.
Kalik, your eyes are not what they used to be, unfortunately, and age has made you not as keen of a detector as you once were in your youth. If only you'd been embraced sooner.
You're old even for a vampire.
Fortunately, however, Tavis, with your heightened and keen senses and your youthful spirited vision, you are actually able to spot in the corner just by the entrance of the wine cellar, tucked away behind a cupboard, is a large shovel. Probably used for just like general digging and gardening purposes around the church.
I'll grab it, use it, and then put it back. So right now I'm going to use it.
Alright, strength plus athletics, difficulty 6 to dig with the shovel. Alright, using your vampiric strength and your young, strong body, honed by years of pile driving with your sire, you are able to start making headway into digging into the dirt and getting a sizable hole for Kalik to lay in.
Alright. Get in.
My thanks. And she will tuck herself into the dirt.
As you tuck yourself into the hole, Tavis, with your heightened senses, you will hear footsteps up above, making their way towards the cellar.
I will quickly fill her and put the shovel back.
Alright, Dex plus athletics to quickly dig her back in.
Roll.
Difficulty will be 7.
Khalid, can you fucking help so it could be, like, you know, lowered?
How can I help, storyteller?
It's kind of difficult considering you're laying in the hole and he's the one digging you back in, so, like, best you can do is lay still and don't make any sound.
Oh, thank God
I've got sort of a Looney Tunes image in my head of somebody, like, sitting up and you got your arms forward and you kind of scoop the dirt
Yeah, I
towards
was
you
thinking
as
that
you
too.
lean backwards.
I spent a willpower and I got a success.
All right, so with one success, you work as quickly as you can to bury Khalik, and you were able to get her covered in time, but you don't fully finish the dig before a set of footsteps starts making their way down into the cellar. As you turn and see the feathered visage of James McShawn standing in front of you.
Ruh-roh.
Sorry, am I interrupting something?
No. What on earth could you be interrupting?
I would be wondering that myself, seeing a young man, who certainly doesn't look to be a man of the cloth, standing down in the wine cellar, holding a shovel, standing above a loose pile of dirt.
In my village. I'm a bit of a gravekeeper. Digging holes soothes me, but, keeping holes is kind of not great, especially where people could wander. So I dig them, I fill them.
Manipulation subterfuge difficulty 8.
I love that. I want this for you.
Mr. GM, real fast, I did send you a
2.
stupid DM.
Thank you.
Can I fight in spirit?
I'm doing my last willpower. My last one. Because, oh my god. Oh.
No, it's good that you did because it's not a bunch.
Now it's a 0 instead
Yep.
of a negative.
Yeah.
Like one of Kirk's legs is sticking out in the background, and you just didn't get that. You're like, uh-oh.
I'll put the shovel down.
And he is going to say... So, like, as you say that, he is going to sort of, like, quirk his eyebrow and tilt his head a bit and just be like... Uh-huh. Well, say I'm a fellow digger of holes. Would you mind if I, see what it is you dug?
Well, it isn't illegal, but...
I don't know. Digging
I
a hole in
want
the middle of
to-
hallowed ground could at the very least be seen as some sort of vandalism.
Could it? Huh. Who'd have thought? But then you'd be vandalizing as well, and both of us cannot be committing a crime.
So you admit you are committing a crime.
Okay.
Is this flirting? What's happening?
Alright, I'll be honest. I did commit a crime. I stole from my grandmother because she likes a bit of the drink, and I took it back, and I thought you were her, so I buried it.
Manipulation subterfuge difficulty 7.
Jesus Christ.
Going down, that's good.
Noelle, fight in spirit with me.
What's your nature? What's your nature? What do you got to do to get willpower back?
Survive!
He has to survive this.
Doggy paddling.
You're fucking trying right now, dude. Keep it going.
Your will
Yes.
is exhausted right now, unfortunately. Okay.
I got success.
He is going to look a little suspicious at you, but he's going to see, like, the desperation in your eyes, but no malice in them either. And he is going to simply smile and nod as he raises the hand and backs off. Fair enough. I suppose that your grandma wouldn't be so desperate as to steal from the church wine cellar unless you were truly a woman possessed.
No, that's why she doesn't know that I'm down here and where other to bury her drink than among the other drinks. Because then if somebody were to stumble upon it, they would think it just got buried within foot traffic.
Well, forgive me for prying. I suppose your business is not my business. And whatever holes you need dug are yours to dig, and not mine to uncover.
I appreciate it, and I understand your cautiousness after what happened to the children of this village. Anything weird could be a little off-putting.
Yes, but I get the feeling that you are quite familiar with weird and off-putting things.
I'm an undertaker, of course, but I'm also a man of science. I question things that need questioned.
A fellow man of science. So rare in these parts, yet so very needed. Tell
What
me,
is your field?
I am something of a generalist, but if I had to pick one, I suppose you could call it biology or ecology. I am a man who studies nature, who studies living things, the way that they work with each other, their ins, their outs, their connections.
So less of a doctor, but more as almost like a culturist.
If by culture you mean the culture of the world and nature, yes.
Like a
Yes.
horticulturist.
That said,
See,
while my studies is of that of the living, I suspect yours are more those of the dead. Forgive me for being so bold, but would you happen to be by the name of Tavish?
I
And you wouldn't happen to be the owner of a small yet impressive tower outside of Praia Paradiso that I've heard about?
also It's nice to be able to do my research in peace.
I suppose that you would have to be something of a hermit if you did something as ghoulish to the locals as studying and preserving the dead. Mind you, I understand and support your endeavors wholeheartedly, so long as they are nothing unholy. Which,
Of course not.
as a man of science, I'm certain you are entirely acting within the bounds of ethics, etc., etc.
Not only that, if somebody were to die of an illness, I like to study what that illness is.
Also, for the
With the
record,
proper
Khalid, you can still hear all of this. Oh, yes. Even though they cannot speak, there is still much that the dead can tell us if we listen.
Absolutely.
Theirs is not a language of words, but an internal language, one might say.
I just hope one day that my findings will surpass me and be able to help others.
If I may be so bold, would you permit me and my troop to actually visit your tower?
I
Bruh!
would.
Danger, Will
Davis
Robin.
is going to give a smile, like he's
Danger.
genuinely. On the outside, he's appearing as genuinely like, this is my recognition. On the inside is more or less, oh dear God. Well, here we go. I would need some preparations, of course, before I can allow you to come into my tower, but
Oh, but of course. I wouldn't spring this on you in such short notice. We would allow you to pick the time and date if it is preferable, and if we can work it out, and if not, c'est la vie, as the French say.
oh, you know French as well. Yes,
Indeed.
absolutely.
One of my companions is actually from the region. It's uncommon that a Frenchman and an Englishman get along, but, well, who's to say that there can't be cooperation?
With the proper common ground, I'm sure that anybody can get along.
One would think. And yet it seems like we keep finding more reasons to go to war than to have peace.
Well, that's also because we are human, and as humans do, the one with the pointiest stick wins.
But only
And when
because
you power.
but only because both need something that the other has. But if both had
And-
it, perhaps such pointed sticks would no longer need to be pointed at each other.
One day, humans will evolve. Maybe not soon, but one day.
Evolution isn't a thing yet.
Either way.
Darwin?
Darwin! I didn't mean
Hold
we
on.
go to evolve on that.
Let's rewrite history. Tavis is actually Charles Darwin in the future. This is
Right.
so cool.
So, if I might ask then, without, prying too deeply, he says, looking to the mound of dirt, what does bring you to this church this evening, and this wine cellar specifically?
As I told you before, the wine cellar was to hide the liquor. As for the church, this wasn't exactly our first option, as more or less I only have money for one of us.
One of us? You are with another.
With my gran.
Where is she?
I put her to bed,
In the church?
obviously. I tucked her away where she would feel safe.
I must have missed you then.
You must have. I've talked to the father.
Yes. Manipulation subterfuge.
But that's exactly what I did! There's nothing that I'm saying that's wrong!
Alright,
Scholars
manipulation.
saying it's excellent wordplay.
Alright,
This
manipulation.
is a lie through obfuscation,
Manipulation expression.
Can I convince charisma? Because technically I'm not lying.
You are still trying to manipulate him off of your,
What
Okay.
about charisma subterfuge?
I would allow charisma subterfuge.
Yes. Okay.
We got it.
Difficulty?
Difficulty is gonna be 7.
Oh, diplomatic.
Oh,
No.
maybe?
Diplomatic?
You're not really diplomatizing. You're covering your ass.
It could
Excuse
be a
me,
diplomacy.
like Don Diego, it's covering our assets. Thank you very
Thank
much.
It's still 2 successes.
Yeah.
I'll take my win.
That's fair.
Alright, yeah, so 2 successes. He will nod, satisfied for the time being. I see.
And what are you doing down here? Are you going to be getting a bottle yourself?
Yes, well, I noticed that, excuse me a second. Yes, well, I actually couldn't help but notice that, you were making your way through the church towards this location, and I guess, well, call me a nosy individual, but it's not often that strangers go digging down into a church's wine shell, and I just wanted to make sure that you had the best of intentions.
I have the purest of intentions. After all, this is holy ground.
So you say. That, and I wanted to make sure it was you that I saw. And I'm glad to see that it is. And that you don't seem to be up to anything sketchy.
I will let you know. I say what I mean.
So you do.
In a world so cruel, twisting words is not always the greatest idea. Honesty is sometimes the best thing to go about. And as a man of science, it's always best to find out for yourself now, isn't it?
I wholeheartedly agree. In fact, my colleagues and I are working on developing theories and organizational methods of going about discovering the truth.
Oh, the truth of what?
The truth of the world, the universe, everything. So often we find our lives ruled and trapped and dominated by superstitions and folk tales. Sometimes there is truth to them, but other times there is misunderstanding and falsehoods, and those misunderstandings and falsehoods can lead to tragic and unnecessary demises. Sometimes what starts off as just a warning to children to keep them away from venomous animals can turn into a tyrannically enforced system of hierarchy and destructive power abuse.
Almost like the boogeyman.
Sort of, if the boogeyman started being worshipped as a god.
It depends on which boogeyman.
Touché. Are you a religious man, Tavish?
Not anymore.
No. What turned you away,
In my
if I
line.
may ask?
In my line of work, sometimes I have to ask, would a god so seemingly forgiving allow this to happen to such as devout followers? The things I've seen makes you question things.
The problem of evil is an ancient one, and one that we do grapple with even amongst our ranks. Different faiths and different ideologies have different ideas about it, but I dare say I've yet to find anyone who has a concrete solution. Still, you don't want to hear you don't want to go tell the church that, otherwise they get rather upset about it.
No, trust me, I understand that.
Suddenly, there is a noise from the dirt. Dad, I'm trying to sleep. Not really. Not really.
Okay,
no,
I was
no, no,
about
no.
to say.
It's not. No, that's not. That doesn't actually happen.
Well,
He is listening.
I suppose
Though-
I've taken up enough of your time, and I see that you're not disturbing anything down here for our host or anyone else. So I will
Cool.
leave you to your solitude, but do seek me out at some point, and we can schedule a visit. I would love to exchange ideas and information and see what you've learned. Perhaps we can even provide our own insights. Help each other out. He extends a hand.
My hands are a bit cold from being down here, but of course. And he will take his hand and shake it.
Can I say something out of character to interrupt real quick?
Okay?
And this is out of character, so you can rule if this works or not. But if I recall, all vampires still have the ability where they can imitate a blush of life by spending enough blood points.
Correct.
Is that something that still exists, and is that something that
Yes, if Tavis
this would
does
know
not possess
from
the
being a
blush
vampire?
of the blush of health merit, he can spend a point of blood to give his body a temporary facade
I'm going
of
to.
warmth.
Yeah, you want to make yourself look like you are not
Yeah.
dead if you have a chance.
I'm going to do that now, but I still warned him out of
Yep.
but I am going
you're,
to act.
you're in the cold. You've been digging. That's
Yep.
understandable. But it's just one of
Yeah.
those things like we almost never have to use it as players. That's why I wanted to at least ask if it's okay.
You grab his
And I
hand,
will
and he
hand.
grasps yours firmly, and he looks you in the eyes, and you shake as men do.
It was wonderful meeting you.
Are
And what was
dicks
your
the
name? again?
urinal?
Moving on.
Shut up.
Likewise, Tavish. I'm always glad to speak with a fellow scholar when I can.
I will let you know. With my science, it's a bit rather odd
Trust me, my boy. Odd is what we specialize in. He says, turning and briefly flashing the emblem on his gauntlet once more before, turning heel and ascending back up the steps.
Tavis will watch him go, and then put the shovel back where it came from.
This is one of the rare, scary instances where a vampire feels like some other shark is circling in the water around them.
Alright. Tavis, make me one last perception plus alertness roll, difficulty lowered to 4. 5, actually.
That's with his aspects, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whew.
Damn.
Alright. As he ascends back up, you listen carefully to make sure that he is truly leaving. And you hear him walking away, along with 2 other sets of footprints. He was not alone.
Oh no.
But all 3 seem to be leaving.
Oh no.
One of the other
Tavis-
footsteps seems to be rather light and fair, suggesting a more feminine or, at the very least, thinner physique. The other, heavy and weighted, suggesting that this man is heavy-set and or carrying a great load. Possibly weapons.
Out of the appearance, he's going to breathe out a sigh of relief.
God.
Get a
And
willpower point back for survival.
fuck,
Holy shit.
Thank
Holy
you.
shit.
I have 3 willpower now. Wow.
Frey, are you okay? Like, you were just dead. I can imagine, Frey, you were just freaking out the whole entire time.
It's just like, this is... Hot damn. Pooh, you made it. You made it. He didn't seem too sus.
Tavis shouldn't sleep in the wine cellar. As much as he wants to. Is there a place up in the church that's not the wine cellar that has no sunlight?
Alright. Well, you'd have to probably make your way back up to the church to look around for certain, but...
That's kind of what I was implying.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Then Tavis will make his way back up into the church proper. And,
Old lady just buried in the basement below.
That was a vampire horror story, dude. Like,
To be fair, she's old enough that even if people did dig her up, they'd be like, oh, yeah, no, she just died.
Yeah.
perception, alertness, difficulty base 5. Lowered to 3 with your aspects.
Yeah.
Oh, Minerva has a good point. The confessional, as long as it isn't used.
Yes, and with
Who
4
knows who's gonna
successes,
continue it?
the confessional is something, but it is also, a place that could be found. And it wouldn't be, like, the most obscene thing ever, but it would be kind of embarrassing, potentially, and something you might have to explain away a bit. Otherwise, if you were really desperate, you could always, like, sleep underneath a pew. Like, it's not exactly glamorous, and it's not exactly light-proof, but it will at the very least keep you from direct sunlight. Otherwise, you could also potentially sleep underneath one of the, tabernacles under, like, the tables up by the altar. It's also a little weird, but it's a little more, hidden away if you can, like, time yourself right.
With my 4 successes,
Yeah?
where can I find a place that isn't too weird because of our company that we have with us?
Other than that, you might have to, like, either A, find a pew that is not, like, next to a window directly and just lie still on top of there. Or you would maybe have to see about talking to one of the priests about possibly getting lodgings or a room. Or you don't stay at the church and go stay somewhere else.
I think I'll just talk to the priest and see if there's like a place that I can go without sunlight, because it's been such a long day. I would like to actually sleep throughout the day without the sun bothering me.
Fair enough. Actually, no, yeah, okay, so you will go and approach one of the priests and make me a charisma expression roll, difficulty 7. What is your expression specialty? Diplomatic?
Diplomatic! It's not gonna work!
Actually, yeah, no, that will work.
Fuck this shit. Alright, it's 4.
Hearing your plight and seeing the exhaustion upon you, one of the priests will act as the Good Samaritan and offer you their lodgings within the church. And they will take another source of bedding for the night. So you will have a proper bedroom.
Beautiful. Which also helps with my lie, because then the hunters will just think that my Grammy is in there.
Mm-hmm.
So if I pass them, I will give, like, you know, a acknowledging nod as I go to my room for the night.
As you are about to head up, however,
No.
the church doors will suddenly open, and another visitor will grace the cathedral. But before we get to that...
You son of a bitch!
We know who the visitor is.
Do you?
Do we?
I have an idea.
Back in Lockburg proper. Let's see. Open this. Don Diego and Fonwell. You arrive in town from the castle. A new mission under your breast. And new information to share.
As long as William is going to be anywhere that a mortal could see while he's not, like, riding and searching, of course the third eye is closed.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, probably it's going to make people uncomfortable if I have more than 2 of those. That's
Well,
above the fact
immortals are going to be sus of you with that third eye.
Twice in one night, dude.
Yeah, try to have the factory standard number of eyes.
So, actually, you know what? Don Diego?
Yeah, Don Diego now knows, like, that's not normal.
I want you to make me an intelligence roll, since you do not have occult. Difficulty 8.
While, just for story at least, and if this helps Don Diego, while they were riding together, William was keeping his third eye open and just continually scanning the area around them.
Yeah.
You had never before seen a vampire or anyone with 3 eyes outside of, like, traveling carnival freaks, and usually that's, like, makeup or some other sort of, strange, defect of some kind. And yet you have heard occasional tell of strange demons who steal the souls of their victims, disguising and professing themselves as healers, but are actually demons and succubi and incubi who possess 3 eyes, the specifics of which you're not fully aware of, or what's true or what's not, but you now know that your companion not only has 3 eyes, but that third eye is anything but human.
I do distinctly have the weird eye flaw. If you check the World of Darknessy chat in our Discord, you'll see what it looks like.
Yeah, the picture of it's great.
Yeah, if any doctor ever looked at it, they would go, no.
Yeah, like, I don't think Don Diego says anything, but there's definitely an internal, like, man, my coterie has a lot of weird vampires in it.
You also notice that you remember that Lucita said he was salubri.
Notably,
Salubri.
William replied, yes, I am chosen, instead of affirming that he is salubri. He sees it differently, let's say. In fact, if you wanted to have a discussion with him about that on the way over, you're more than welcome to roleplay-wise, but otherwise I'll assume we're in town.
I don't know. I think in this moment, I think Don Diego is just kind of digesting this information and not really, like, it'll come up again. But I don't think now is this is.
To be fair, out of all of us in the coterie, Don Diego is the youngest of us, I believe.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm a youngling.
He is very much still a neonate.
And we are observing and we are seeing, because my allies are very powerful, but there's a lot of shit, like, politically that I don't know about, that like that Don Diego is going to have to deal with, and so he's just like, huh.
Yep.
That sure was an interesting reaction that Lucita had. That sure was huh.
Gonna have to put that one down in the notebook for later.
And that's kind of the vibe the entire trip.
Quick question, and I'm not sure if you want me to do a test for this. Did Lucita look like she was afraid? Did she look like she was angry? Did she betray any kind of emotion, or is that something I should do a roll for?
That would be perception empathy.
Okay, I'll do that roll real quick, and if you don't mind, and I'll do the other one that was mentioned.
Yep, diff 6.
Which one? Perception empathy?
Yes, diff 6.
That seems like a vibe check that Don Diego would also want to know.
Sure, and
perception.
And that would be lowered.
Empathy?
Yeah, and the difficulty for you, Don Diego, would be lowered by your auspex as well. As would work Fonwell.
The first roll I'm doing here is the one for knowledge, the occult roll that you told me about. I'm spending a willpower. That's 2 successes for the occult roll. And then now I will do the empathy roll. Sorry, it's empathy plus, what was the other one? Perception?
Yes.
Okay, and difficulty 6 as well?
Correct.
And then lowered by 2 for 2 auspex to 4?
Yep. Correct.
2 successes on both of the rolls. For my occult and my perception.
Empathy was just 3 successes on the vibe check. Like, how did she react to that?
She seemed off-put by Fonwell, though her fear didn't look so much afraid as a person beholding a demon, but as someone sizing up a potential adversary. Fonwell, you know especially that you are a Salubri warrior, and she is a La Sombra, and you guys kind of have bad blood.
I will eventually eat her, but I will let Don Diego have the first go, and it's gonna be different.
Dude, bruh.
It's called
She saw power and became cautious.
You mean the same kind of diablerie with Don Diego as you would for you.
I mean, for every vampire, really. I mean, that's for Jesus.
Anyway.
And with the other 2 rolls, I assume I do know the background.
Yeah, you are able to. You know who Fatima Al-Fakadi is. As a crusader and someone who warred in the Arabian regions against the Saracens, you know the name of the bladed death that is Fatima, and how she was able to send warriors of even your caliber to final death, and even to God himself amongst the living and the undead.
So he has a healthy respect for her? Absolutely. Good. Thank you.
Ow.
But also, if something happened to Fatima, then whoever did that is either incredibly crafty or immensely powerful.
Yeah, if something happens to Fatima, I'm moving to France. I am not staying anywhere near this bitch. I'm getting out. Either way, so
Yep.
we are riding into town, I believe you said, yes?
That is correct, and you are arriving just outside of town now. So, you will see the church in the distance, you will also see the public house. Both still seem to have their lights on for the time being. People seem to be turning in for the night. The streets seem mostly empty, save for some, like, occasional beggars and maybe some, like, shady types still skulking the night, but you're not too concerned about them. That's just, like, street food to you. Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, he was focused.
The street food cart, just the beggars in the corner. That's
But yeah, so,
not big.
We're better than that.
what do you wish to
I
do
will-
first? Where do you wish to go
We
first?
deserve better than that. Let's see. So we've got a limited amount of night left until sunrise. So at some point we're going to need to find shelter. But our initial foray into seeking where
And
a assassin lady might be, someone who doesn't want to be found, wouldn't be likely to be found. And so we are... Okay.
We are in a place with
Let's-
infinite hiding spots.
And what's more, Lucita did offer you guys shelter at her own hideaway if you were able to ascertain Fatima's location and condition.
Oh no, we're gonna find her location. We gotta get Don Diego some action. Like, it's gonna happen. Don't worry. He's gotta get some strength.
Let's see. We had no real clues, and so we are just kind of going by vibes. From Don Diego seeing her, seeing Fatima and interacting with Fatima and trying to just like get into the mindset and be like, okay, various places, various nooks and crannies, where would I want to go? What things she is seeking?
William dismounts, by the
She's
way,
like-
off of Lionheart.
She's an assassin, but she's like bodyguarding for Lucita at the moment, was the vibe?
That's not an unreasonable assumption, yeah.
William is going to raise his hand in front of Don Diego, not like disrespectfully, just as in a hold or pay attention kind of thing.
And
he is
Don
going
Diego
to-
looks up and stops his horse so that he doesn't run into anything.
William is going to dismount from Lionheart, and you mentioned that he had seen a group of beggars that were nearby, and he is going to make his way towards them.
Oh, okay. I like where this is going.
Beckett, at your earliest opportunity, I sent you a DM.
Noted.
As this rather imposing and, realistically speaking, towering figure is going to walk towards the beggars here, he is going to make sure that his arms are open and by his side so that they can see the tabard on his chest with the signal of with the sign of the cross on it to hopefully give them a little bit of a comforting feel. My brothers, I hope I am not interrupting you this eve.
Who's there?
My name is William. I mean you no harm.
What you want, sir?
How many of you are there in this small group, if I may?
Just a second. It's just the four of us, see?
William will nod his head. He's going to reach down to his side and pull up a purse that he has on his belt before opening it and pulling out a few coins that he can hand over to the man. Please, from one with means to another, take this from me, and I hope that you have a better evening and a better day ahead of you, sir.
Aye. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for your kindness.
God bless you as well. May I ask you or the rest of you a question, if that would not be rude.
Yeah, aye, sir, anything. We don't... We sees plenty, but we don't know too much. But we'll help how we can.
I'm sure you know far more than you would imagine you do. I'm looking for a particular woman. She would stand out in this kind of area. Darker, dusky skin, black hair. Very attractive. You would know her if you saw her. Have you seen anyone like that?
I mean, you might find a woman like that at the bosom chum.
But outside of there, have you seen one around these streets or these alleys?
Yeah, I ain't seen no woman like that around these streets at all, not at all. I've been keeping my eyes peeled for anyone who might be passing by. I've seen plenty of women, some of them young, some of them fair, some of them tall, some of them fat, but none of them have, they seem to be like, what'd you say?
Duskier skin, dark hair, not from around here.
I mean, besides, actually, maybe that woman with the newcomers, but she's all up in the church. Don't know if she's who you're looking for, but she is not who you're looking for.
Yeah, I know that they had someone similar with them. Well,
sorry, good sir. I wish I could help you more.
No sorries. You have done much for me by helping confirm this information. Thank you, and I hate to bother you and your people for your time. Have a blessed night. And William will walk away from them and return to Don Diego.
All right. Fonwell returns.
Lead us where you believe is correct, Don Diego. At least from those people that I spoke to, it does not seem that she may have come to this town specifically, or if so, that they did not see her. Which would not be a surprise, but it is good to at least get a pulse of those around us.
She would not be seen if she would not wish to be seen, is what I understand. She was quite impressive.
You are quite correct. Where do you wish to go?
A very good question that I'm not sure the player knows.
Make me an intelligence plus either hearth wisdom or alertness.
Alright. So I have no dots in alertness or hearth wisdom, and I have 1 dot in intelligence.
Roll it!
Can I argue that it's wits because he's not thinking about it, he's just vibing?
Do you have anything in theology?
I would allow wits, actually.
No, I don't have anything in theology.
Wits works.
Yeah, so that 2 dots, that's a 100% increase, and this might be worth spending a willpower on, because
Sure.
Yeah, no. When you have 1
I got
dice
you.
to roll, getting 1 success is a 100% bonus. Absolutely.
And for what it's worth, the difficulty is 6.
And also, to be fair, you've also had really good luck with rolling 1d6 with stuff, so
2d10
D6,
greater than 6, F1 plus 1 because I'm spending a willpower.
Yep.
correct.
I need to click the X to mark the willpower, and here is the...
Oh, good thing you did! Woo!
All right. So, you are trying to rack your brain and use all of your gentlemanly matador instincts to suss out where Fatima might be. You look around to the left, nothing. To the right, nothing. Dead ahead, nothing. You narrow your eyes as far as you can see, nothing. You look behind you, nothing. And you even consider Fonwell's words. These beggars have seen people of all shapes and sizes and climes walk the street, none of them matching Fatima's description. And of course they wouldn't. She's a master of stealth. But there is one place that you haven't looked. One place that nobody looks. Up.
Gamers don't look up.
No one looks up.
I do. I have anxiety.
You look up
You're
and you
not-
see mountains of rooftops scattered all throughout the city. Perfect places to perch and hide amidst the night.
All right. Don Diego will get a little closer to Williams. Did Will get back on his horse? Are we still horsebound?
No, but William is tall enough that when you're on your horse, he is still eye level with you. He's 7'2".
So I get a little closer to Will and just like, I think perhaps the rooftops may be a place to seek Fatima, though. I do not know how we can be subtle.
I would need to remove my armor. Otherwise, I feel I would break through the roof. He looks down at himself, being without his armor over 300 pounds, and then looks back up.
Allow me. And
I shall stay close.
yeah, with no other lead, I'm gonna try and be as unobtrusive looking up as I can.
And if Don Diego does want to go up onto one of the
Alright.
buildings, William will give him a boost and get him up there.
Cool. Don Diego, are you going to get a ground or try to get a higher vantage point for a better view?
Oh, let's do some parkour. If somebody sees me, I can just be like, I'm just trying acrobatic fucking pirouettes and, you know, impressive bullshit. I'm just trying to be impressive. Don't mind me.
Yeah, no worries. You will
You're pretty. I love it.
You will actually find a shadowy and deserted alleyway that you can obscure yourselves in before you. That also leads to a ledge that's reachable before you start climbing up. And with Fonwell assisting you, being 7'2", I am gonna say that this is gonna be a Dex Athletics roll at difficulty 4.
Dex Athletics. I've got 3 Dex, 2 Athletics, so that's 5d10.
Don't forget to add in celerity.
Is that just an extra die?
Yup, for your dexterity rolls.
Is there anything I should do to assist, or is that already baked into it?
This is me factoring into that. You're lowering the difficulty by giving him a boost.
Nice.
So 1 point of
Gotcha.
celerity, so I've got 6 dice that I'm rolling. I'm trying to beat, you said a 4?
Correct.
This doesn't feel a willpower thing. We're going for it.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
This is as natural
Like a
as
cat.
mounting a bull.
Bruh, Don Diego is so impressive, you don't even know. Acrobatic fucking pirouettes and shit.
Like, you, jump off of Fonwell's hand up into the air, and you land like a javelin at the center of the rooftop, and you just, by friggin' muscle memory, draw your rapier and hold it aside in a flourish. The silhouettes painted about the night.
I do need you to understand, as a GM, that you have just given me the idea that in combat I can javelin Don Diego towards somebody as
Yep.
a weapon, just to absolutely
Yeah, you can fastball
annihilate.
special Don Diego if you dare.
William, fastball special.
Yeah, just
That is one of the best images that has ever graced my mind tonight. Thank you.
And now that you stand upon a higher vantage point, Don Diego, I would like you to make me a perception plus alertness roll at difficulty base 6. Lowered
I
by your
forgot one-
aspects.
I forgot one thing I was gonna say. Can I interject real quick?
Go ahead.
William is going to whisper to Don Diego. If you see her, also, you can call her a judge.
With that information in
Yeah.
mind, you resume your search.
Judge Fatima. An appropriate
I want you
reference.
guys to know
Yeah.
nothing
not be pulling my
more
leg.
powerful than yelling at your tattoo artist who is like at least 4 years older than you. Only because she's getting sick and doesn't know what rest is. And I have all the medical answers.
Oh my god.
It's amazing.
Anywho's it's.
Sorry, I'm
All
just
right.
going through it right now.
We fired Don Diego onto the roof.
So 3 perception, 0 alertness. So this is 3 D10, and then 2 points in aspects lowers difficulty
Correct. So difficulty
So-
4.
because it was 6 minus 2. So 3 D10. I want 4s.
Do you want to spend willpower?
I think I do because I really
Sure.
want to do this for Lucita.
Also, for what it's worth, Fonwell can also make this roll. His difficulty is just going to be higher because he is on the ground.
All right, spending willpower, 3d10, greater than 4, fumbles 1, plus 1.
There you go.
That's a good one.
All right. So,
And mark the willpower spent. Got it.
Fonwell, you would actually be rolling at difficulty 6, lowered to 2 from 8.
One success.
So only
I
one
do have-
success.
So 8 lowered to 6. Okay, 1 success.
Yep.
Got it. Sounds good. I'll still take the 1.
Cool. So with 1 success, the two of you will see a strange yet subtle stream of smoke rising up from the church's rooftop. The church might have a fireplace and might have a fire going, which could be the source of that, but it doesn't seem thick enough to be the smoke from a fireplace.
I looked at some pictures of Fatima. I think it's thick enough. Sorry,
Lol.
Moving on.
Let's go ahead and move churchwards then.
And what's more, with 2 successes, Don Diego, as you focus your heightened senses into the night, attuning them towards the smoke, you can hear a subtle, whispering rasp.
Don Diego has haste in his steps as he bounds across the rooftops. Parkour!
All right, that is going to be Dex plus Athletics, difficulty 6.
Right?
William will try to follow at least on ground level.
Sure.
Right? I ain't gonna lie. If you just save Lucita's girlfriend, I know this is basically you repaying the boon that you owed her for getting you information, but this might be a little bit more and she might actually owe you back a little bit. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Aha! 3 Dex, 2 Athletics. This is 5d6. 5d10.
Yep.
5d10. I want a 6.
With celerity, don't forget to add that into your Dex.
6d10, thank you.
Yep.
6d10, and I need 6s on him, so that's a 50% chance 6 times. Do I want to spend a willpower? I mean, like, to be the dashing hero coming to the rescue, yeah, we're going for it.
Honestly, you might be getting it back if this works too, so.
6d10, greater than 6, F1 plus 1.
Getting it back is how I would phrase it.
Ugh.
Okay. So it's a good thing you actually spent that willpower. You were able to clear
Mark
some of the
the
roofs, no
willpower
problem.
spent.
But as you leap up to the church's roof, you find that it is steeper and a little further away than you had initially anticipated, but you are able to reach out a hand and grasp onto the ledge, hanging off of it.
It's fine. It wasn't as flashy as I wanted, but, you know, it's... Will's the only one who saw me. It's fine.
Said, no one looks up.
Alright. Meanwhile, As you hang off the rooftop, William, you, and Don Diego will see someone approaching the church.
I am also approaching the church. Perfect. Who do I see?
Declan Hargrave, as the prince bade.
I knew it.
William is obviously not trying to hide himself because he's not good at that. And as soon as he and Declan will cross eyes once again, William will smile and give him a bow, as is customary.
So, give me just a second. Okay, so, Don Diego, I would like for you to make me a strength plus athletics roll, difficulty 5, to pull yourself up onto the roof.
Strength athletics?
Yep. If you want, you can spend some blood to buff your strength a bit.
I have 3 strength and 2 athletics, so that's 5 dice.
1 point of blood would raise you up 1 point of your strength there. Because of your generation, you cannot spend more than 1 blood, but it would really honestly be worth it to do it.
Alright, I am spending a blood.
Alright. Add 1 more point to your strength for the scene.
Alright, so strength, I have written beside it +1 for scene. So this will be so this will be 4 strength and 2 athletics, so this is 6d10.
Yep, at difficulty 5.
And make sure I'm typing in Roll20 and not in the Twitch.
Yep,
Difficulty again?
5.
Uh, 6 dice, difficulty 5. Let's not willpower this one.
Okie dokie.
I've only got so many of those. Ugh.
That's
Dang, what's with these rolls recently?
That's okay. One will still get you as you are able to pull yourself up. You find yourself a little overwhelmed at first, but as you focus your blood into your body to pump your strength, it gives you just the boost you need to claw your way up onto the roof. And were you still mortal, you would be a winded man from the effort, but you pick yourself back up, look around, and you hear that rasping coming from a nearby shadow. And as you would investigate closer, you will see atop the chaplain the prone and limp body of Fatima al-Fakadi.
Oh, shit.
Minerva's right. A success is a success.
So like, yeah, Don Diego like hoists himself up with effort. It was like, man, I wanted that to look so much cooler than it did. Oh man, oh shit, internally.
I mean, also, just from her generation, isn't looking at Fatima, like, terrifying for someone like Don Diego?
Right now, Don Diego is just terrified that she's not okay, so he is
that's fair. That's totally
rushing
fair.
over. Quick scope of surroundings to make sure there's no imminent danger, but then his attention is going to her.
Burns. It burns.
Fatima, I am here. How may I help?
Pain. Don't know where. Sudden flash, light, and body burned.
Your body burned.
Make me a perception alertness roll, difficulty 5. 4, you have auspex.
I have 2 aspects.
Yeah, okay, then yeah, perception alertness, difficulty 5. Lowered by auspex.
So 3.
Correct.
Okay, so I've got 3d10 on difficulty 3. Like, I've only got 3 willpower left, so we're this should be fine.
Your odds are
3d10.
amazing.
D3. That was not. Oh, I put the D. Wait, hang on.
Yeah, difficulty 3F. 3d10 greater than 3F1. There's not supposed to be a D there. Yeah,
Fuck! I forgot the roll.
It's all good. This is a very tense situation. Okay, so looking her over, you don't see exactly what's wrong with her, but something seems to have her with a very strong burning sensation. You also know that your big friend down there is also good at looking at things. And maybe a bit of light would help to unveil the problem.
Okay. So I need to get her down, but but we don't want to be sus. Let's see. Declan's right there.
Declan is making his way inside the church right now.
Okay, Declan's headed inside. I am so sorry, Fatima. My friend is just down below. I am going to probably bring you down to him in just a second. You just stay here. I'll be right back.
Where's she gonna go?
All right. So she is in a great amount of pain. Looking over the edge of the roof before just bounding back down. Let's see. Can I subtly get Will's attention and try and like point him down to an alley to like meet me over there, so that he can grab Fatima and bring her down off of a rooftop without being like, right in front of the church?
Probably.
I'm assuming it's not going to be a hard check for him to signal me.
Yeah.
Or even
Toss a little pebble at you.
Yeah, no, throw something at me. That's good.
Cool.
And like, once you like look up, like, just like pointing in a direction towards a less conspicuous location.
William will nod, and he will start guiding himself and Lionheart behind him to the direction that is being indicated by Don Diego.
And I'm gonna try and bring Fatima down to Will to have a look. William? Does he prefer William? Because we've also said like Fanuel, like you've got several names. Fondwell?
Will is just going to be the easiest. Let's go with that for now.
Will.
Yep.
Okay.
Fonwell is his angel name.
Alright. You bring Fatima down to William and Lionheart.
That's the plan.
Brilliant. Alright. As you jump down, make me a Dex plus Athletics roll, difficulty 6.
William is also going to try and get into a position just to physically catch them.
Difficulty 5.
Alright, 6 dice, need 5s. I have 3 willpower.
This isn't worth it, my dude, trust me.
You're good.
Nice.
There you go.
Alright. You leap down, Fonwell's got you braced, and you are both safely atop of Lionheart. It's a bit at capacity and a bit of an awkward carry, but if you just dismount Lionheart, you're fine.
Yeah. I'll get down. You keep.
Yep.
You keep Fatima. I'm gonna go get Tornado.
William will nod. And he's going to try and start to estimate in his
Weirdest
head.
thing, though.
Sorry, go ahead.
As you turn to get Tornado, you will see that he is already beside you, accompanied by the silhouettes of a long, slender, vivacious, and luscious woman. As she steps closer, the shadows
Go on.
peel away, revealing in the moonlight the visage of Lucita de Aragon.
William is immediately going to, as wonderful as it is to see her, he is going to immediately interrupt her, look down towards Lucita with only two of his eyes, but with an intense focus. Can we get to your abode now? She needs to be taken care of. We need somewhere right now.
I will take her. Leave her care to me. You have done your part. I thank you for this. And you are still welcome to my abode whenever you are ready. If you wish to leave now, you may, but I would not advise leaving your coterie alone in a city of hunters, especially in a church.
I would feel bad to not accompany you and Judge Fatima here, but I trust that you will take care of her.
You would insult me if you did not trust my strength and my ability, Funwell.
They went into the church?
That is why I'm not insulting you.
How did she know that we were in the church? Fuck
Yeah,
her.
how does she know we're in a church?
Motherfucker, she is Lucita de Aragon. You think she doesn't do her fucking homework?
You're not wrong.
It's this bitch. It's this bitch. She knows. William will nod, and he will dismount from Lionheart and just kind of safely bring Fatima off of Lionheart to give her over to Lucita.
As you hand Fatima over to Lucita, Lucita will hand to you a wrapped up scroll of parchment.
This is a map that leads to my hideaway. Follow its directions and you will arrive without fail and without harm.
William will nod.
Stray from the path.
He is going to look around as well to see if there is possibly anybody who is in nearby alleys or nearby buildings who is observing them.
Everything is darkness.
Perfect. William will look towards Lucita and give her a nod. Go now. Go safely. We will see you again.
She nods, and then she will take Fatima in her arms, whisper something into her ear, before leaping up onto the roof and into the night under the cover of darkness.
What a woman.
Don Diego, I think you're going to have your hands full, and I think you're going to need some more hands.
Mayhaps, but our companions are in the... They went to the fucking church?
Of course. It is a place of sanctuary and safety. Would you wish to join me?
Real
For
quickly,
free.
Tavis, make me a perception and alertness roll.
No.
While that's happening, I just have to say, I saw the horse, and for some reason my brain blanked, and instead of a horse, I saw a badger, and I was immediately flashback to our Hunter episode, where we drop-kicked a badger
That was a
that turned out to be a kid.
Yep.
We're not child-friendly. What's the difficulty?
Difficulty will be base 5.
So that's reduced to 3.
Yep.
2 successes.
Excellent. With your heightened senses, as the door, shortly after the doorway to the church opens, you will hear a loud clattering coming from the roof.
Jesus Christ. Is what he whispers so
Loud?
quietly.
Loud? Aw.
Well, loud for a vampire with auspex.
Fair.
I should have said
I hear
noticeable.
everything.
Noticeable clatter. There we go. Anyway. Would you go to investigate?
I'm thinking. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I don't want to go far because I buried Kalik, and the man knows that I buried something, and I'm scared he's going to come back and unbury her.
Well,
I feel like I made a mistake in trying to bury myself, and I just took myself out of this game tonight.
you didn't, trust me.
Don't worry, your body will be discovered.
Fortunately, as
Wonderful,
you go to the
thanks.
door, you don't have far to go, as you see the rest of your coterie standing outside the church, Declan having made his way inside.
Have I managed to miss Declan like he didn't notice me?
Yes.
Declan is hard to miss.
Thank God.
You saw him and either he didn't see you or he didn't care.
Beautiful.
And the two of you see Tavis sitting in the church's door's threshold.
I'm looking up.
William will look again over to Don Diego. As mentioned, I will be spending my time today within this church. If you wish to join, you may. If not, that is all right.
Well, like,
Well,
I feel like maybe Don Diego doesn't have, like, a great love for the church and the vibes in a church.
or the hunters in the
but-
church.
But he is Spanish, and so those cathedral vibes are very, like, you know, cultural, even after death. And, like, you know, there's hunters in there, and that's dangerous, but, like, you know, the coterie might be in danger. What would be the most gallant option? Because, like, I really want to go. Like, we've got the directions. I could go hang out with Lucida, but, like, she implied that, hey, you should take care of your coterie, so she might think less of me if I didn't. So, like, grumble. I think, like, he's working himself up to staying at the church.
What you might actually want to do is see about convincing your coterie to go stay with Lucita at her hideaway. That would be a very
Beautiful.
safe and on the way back to your villa place.
Oh, perfect. I love that idea. Yeah, guys, let's get Tavis. Where's Khalid?
And with that, we cut back to the basement.
Oh no!
Shit!
Da 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 da. Just Jaws. Do you have Jaws music? That would be great right now.
What's even better though is if you ask Tavis where Khalik is, the eyes, it's like a deer in headlights. Like,
Just to say as well, William is walking as though he is going to enter the church unless he is stopped.
Khalik. You lie peacefully in the dirt, attempting to sleep through all of this. As your companion deals with the hunter, you feel a sense of admiration for one so young, comparatively, to deal with such a situation as that non-violently and subtly. Though you
It's far
definitely,
more clever than me.
though something tells you that you're not out of the woods as of yet, and the hunters may know more than they might let on, or maybe they don't. Either way, you try and put it out of your mind. And for a time, you do. But then, something else enters your mind. A compulsion. A compulsion to meet. A summoning.
Oh, fuck.
No!
Someone's
Oh,
got presents.
no!
Someone's got presents for-
No!
No, someone
Hang
has
on,
presents
that sounds
for
like
you.
the sort of thing that a sire might be able to do.
No.
No! First of all, if it is, that's terrifying, even for Khalik. But no, I think I know what this is. It's not as bad as that, but that's still not good.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, it's not as bad, but it ain't good. Fuck.
And before you can react and realize what's going on, you find yourself clawing your way out of your shallow grave. And as you emerge, you see standing before you
Okay, alright. That is the not as bad scenario as I thought it was, but that's still not great.
the prince's own... What rank did I make him again?
bitch boy.
Keeper. Declan Hargrave.
Peter. Yeah, Sir Declan Hargrave.
You simply can't
Holy-
stomach civilization so much that you'd rather sleep in the dirt. How interesting.
So, Talik is gonna ignore him because the lie that Tavis made was that he buried his grandmother's booze. So she's gonna just start taking some wine and just putting it in the hole and just covering it up.
My queen. Thank you.
Like, just almost ignoring him. Like, she knows that she's not going back down in that hole because he's here, but at the very least, she has priorities.
Normally I would take such disrespect as an insult, but given where it comes from, I suppose I can't blame you. In fact, I'd say we have that in common.
Talik will turn to him with the most unbelieving glare.
Perception, empathy.
Difficulty?
6.
Did you say perception, empathy?
Yep, for Khalif
2
only.
successes.
This is a man with ambitions and plans, and he is not telling you everything just yet, but surprisingly, for all that reigns within his words, pride, vanity, disdain, deception is not in them.
What exactly were the last words that he said to Kalik?
I would normally take such disrespect as an insult, but given where it comes from, I'm willing to let it slide, especially since we seem to have it in common.
You'll forgive me if I doubt you. This
course.
wariness I have transcends my own life.
Of course. I would not imagine a witch of the wood made it by being trusting of others. Such is a luxury that a hermit would not be able to afford, especially one with such a storied past as yourself.
Are you going to tell me what you want with me? I imagine you're not dumb enough to be ignorant of how the princess treated me this night.
Exactly. And such treatment of a guest as yourself, well, it's certainly unbecoming. Now, I won't lie to you, and I won't pretend that I see you as some sort of revered forest matron or something, or that I understand any of your works. But I do see someone who has a vendetta against the prince, and someone who thinks he shouldn't be where he is. So my question is, would you be willing to help me take his place if it gets him out of the picture?
Khalid would like to glean this guy and figure out if this is some kind of grander plot or if this is a genuine thing.
Roll me perception plus empathy again.
Difficulty?
Difficulty will be 6 once more.
Declan, hey, would you like to help me usurp the prince?
Jesus.
Would you like to help me commit treason? Y/N.
One success?
This could be a number of things. This could be a deception, this could be a test, this could be an excuse by the prince to get you to just sort of admit that you want to kill him, giving him reason to see you dispatched on the spot by Declan, but something about Declan's voice, something about Declan's conviction, something about just the look in his eyes, the feeling emanating from his very soul. This feels like genuine ambition. So, this could be anything, but against your better judgment, you feel like he might be legit. But whether or not you follow your better judgment is up to you.
Tell me, why should I assist you in this particular endeavor?
Because
What umbrage have you against your fair prince?
Well, those are two very different questions and answers, my friend, but I will...
And I shall hear them both.
Then so you shall. I will not sit by idly and be denied my rightful place at power under a damned Zemisi of the old world, ousted from his own country by his own extremism. And I will not see England's kingdoms sullied by a foreigner sitting on the throne so savagely and inviting such unorthodox company into the hallowed halls of the princes, with all due respect. But it is also that same respect that I offer you this chance at your survival. Tell me, do you truly think the prince was ignorant when he let slip the nature of your clan after your display during the show?
Of course not.
Absolutely not. And do you really think he's willing to simply let you go into the night without a peep?
Of course not.
Then it is in your best interest that this prince is dealt with sooner rather than later. And it would normally be in my best interest to see you dealt with, and earn myself a nice bit of favor. But why would I go for favor when I could have an asset to get me so much more?
You cannot see my planet will have so shut your eyes. What will become of
The prince knows that you possess a magic known only to you, and that is something he is unnerved by. Knowledge is power, and any knowledge not had is power not possessed by him. And that he sees you as enough of a threat that he would have you stamped out, rather than have you possess knowledge he does not, tells me we may be able to help each other. Tell me, do you think your secret knowledges can undo this prince's prideful yoke?
It matters not what I think. The fact that you came seeking my counsel tells me that is what you believe.
With all due respect, I asked you a question, and I would like an answer, please.
I'm unsure if they would hear it in the basement, but Fonwell is entering into the church, and he is still in his armor, so he would largely make a loud clanking noise in the background.
Yeah, there are heavy footfalls from above, but they're a little distant
They-
since you're not directly above
They
the
do
basement.
stop, however. He comes into the building, but he does stop. It doesn't sound like he's coming downstairs or anything like that.
I'm letting you guys know that I'm fading.
Fair?
No worries.
I might be heading off soon.
That's okay, we're almost done for the night, but... Yeah, if you gotta go, then don't feel pressured to stay, and you take care of yourself.
I will give it 15 minutes.
You're good.
We will let you know who Don Diego kisses. It's okay.
We'll see though.
My great concern is how would you be any different from him?
What the hell do you care?
I care when it comes to my survival.
Then the difference is I would let you live and be at peace in your neck of the woods, and I wouldn't disturb you. I have no interest in venturing into the wilds and gathering this and that. And I have no interest in disturbing your magics and practices. I would rather see my city flourish.
I am certain of that. The sheriff, on the other hand, how do I know that you are not going to just unbind her leash and let her do as she pleases. Let her hunt me as she pleases.
Because I know how to hold a damn leash. If the dog wants to hunt, let her hunt actual targets. Her vendettas against you are of no concern to me. But if you help me out, I will see that you are explicitly forbidden from being hunted by her.
It's the specific wording that gives Khalik pause.
Would you like her dead too? I can always get a new sheriff.
There are always Gangrel. There will be more Gangrel. She will not be the last. It hardly matters if she lives or dies. I will be hunted regardless. But if you can leash her as you claim, that is a different power.
He is going to grin. Tell me, Witch of the Woods, what do you know of the noble clan Ventru?
What do I know of Clan Ventru?
Intelligence plus occult. Difficulty
difficulty?
6.
I don't know shit.
You barely even pay attention to the antediluvian concept of clans as it is, let alone acknowledging them, so all the different this and that and what they do, it doesn't really matter to you, and you never cared.
You'll forgive me if I know very little. My focus tends to be on keeping me and mine alive.
Then I won't bore you with the details, much as I would love to go about educating you on the nobility and majesty that the Ventru exude. I will simply say this. My clan is blessed with the ability of an innate mastery of domination, the power over the mind. If a Ventru gives a command, the servant will obey it without fail. If I were to command our dear sheriff to leave you alone and no longer hunt you, I would see to it that that command is obeyed without fail. She will have no choice but to leave you be.
I imagine this is the deal that you would be making with me. I assist you, and you ensure that I live, and am allowed to live.
I would not insult you by offering something so paltry as that. I would, of course, offer a major boon in return, should I prove successfully ascendant.
Khalik ponders this. I imagine there is a timeline for this.
There is.
How long is that timeline?
The time
And what
will-
exactly are you asking for?
I suppose that depends on what you can offer me.
Short of the prince's head on a platter.
Can you see the prince dead? You are old and you have survived. That does not mean you are a warrior.
But it does mean I have survived. Do you think I have done so without bloodshed?
Roll me charisma plus expression.
Difficulty?
6.
I'll spend a willpower. 2 successes.
He will smile, satisfied at your answer as he rises up. Very well then. I suppose I can't expect an answer from you tonight, unless you have one. But you will have time enough to ponder and send word of your answers and your plans to me. But that time will end when the prince decides you are no longer worth keeping alive.
You will forgive me if I do. That is information that is difficult for me to ascertain. For all I know, that could be now.
He's gonna shrug. I would not worry too much about that. The prince has given you leave this night, and if you are even halfway careful, you should be able to avoid the sheriff's nose for at least tonight. Afterwards, I will put in word for him that, well, I will convince him that you are not worth hunting for as long as I can.
Allow me to understand your deal. If I were to do this, you keep the sheriff off my tail, as it were, and offer me this major boon, as you say?
Provided and upon the time I ascend to the throne. No sooner.
If I were to accept now, what is my timetable?
Funny you mentioned that, actually. Before I left, I managed to catch something of a proposition between the prince and your coterie members. He was willing to offer you a chance at survival by banishing you from Lockburg until such time as you regained permission to re-enter his graces.
Philippa laughed at that.
So if you can honor that bargain, and the prince is willing to honor it as well, that time may be indefinite. However, the sheriff's hunts I cannot speak for. She does have certain privileges as the sheriff and the administrator of the prince's justice, but even she has a length to her leash. And the prince still covets your knowledge, perhaps still believing he can somehow attain it. So, stay careful and stay out of the sheriff's sight and territory, and we may still be able to see this through, should you wish it.
Seek me at dusk tomorrow for your answer.
Where shall I meet you?
The edge of the wood.
It shall be difficult to go there without raising suspicion, but
You seem a capable lad.
so be it then. Tomorrow at dusk at the edge of the wood.
Until then.
Yes. Now then, I'd best be off. I have a job to do for now. And he will ascend the stairs once more.
Halik will wait a moment. And after about a minute, she will also ascend. And when that happens, I need like 30 seconds.
That's all good, because we're going to cut to the inside of the church as the others make their way in.
Both of the people whom are exiting are going to see that William is knelt in front of the altar quite closely, and he is praying. He did obviously make his way inside, but he did not head downstairs. He headed towards the altar.
All right. Are Don Diego and Tavis still outside and or by the door?
I went inside, and when Don Diego asked where she was, Tavis had a bit of a moment of a panic, so he's actually making his way down to the cellar.
Tavis. And Don Diego is just following Tavis.
All right. As you make your way to the cellar, you will see Declan walking out of that area, passing by you once more, and making his way towards Raison d'Etre.
Something the size of a fridge by the altar. It's all good.
He's hard to miss, that's why he's staying put.
And,
Right, I love you for your notes.
and once the coast is clear, you make your way to the cellar where you see Khalik ascending.
Ascending?
Coming out of the cellar and bumps into you two.
Tavis is going to be like, I buried you.
Even
Very quietly.
Tavis will notice that Khalik's face looks contemplative. Which, in a city, is if it were in the woods, that would be like, fuck, that's just commonplace. But in a city, that's unusual for Khalik.
Tavis will eye her and say, what's on your mind?
Plenty. She'll look to William and Don Diego. I assume there be a reason for you coming here.
I have found this a lovely place to stay.
How do you know?
Don Diego smiles.
William is finishing off a prayer, but he is still midway through and is ignoring Kalik at this time.
Is Declan still here?
He is off in a distant corner, speaking and conversing with Raison d'Etre.
And we definitely don't want them to connect us to him and, like, unobtrusive. Nothing sus going on here. We're good. We're good.
If that's the case, then Khalik will look to Don Diego. Where is our sanctuary for this day?
Out of the city. Follow me.
Well enough. And she will follow Don Diego. Looking to Tavis and whispering to him at some point, not here.
He's going to whisper back, I buried you.
And I buried wine.
He's going to visibly relax, like, thank God.
Fonwell, you will notice your coterie leaving the church.
He finishes up with a few words, praying to himself. But now, like birds and sunbeams of spring, I am free and once again rejoice, walking with the king. Before he makes a cross upon his body, stands up, bows towards the altar, and starts walking his way out slowly behind the coterie.
And so Fonwell rejoins his companions as they venture out into the night, out of the light of the house of God, and into the cool embrace of the night. For whatever journey lies ahead of them, may they find safety in the embrace of the shadows as their journey continues.
Hot damn.
Oh boy.
Hot damn. I love that last little sting. Like, William, that was a great, like, poetic rad.
So,
Wow, what a session.
what did we think of tonight's game?
That was alright.
Beautiful.
You know, as far as I can say, just like Lucita's really, really lucky that vampires can't get pregnant because Don Diego is killing it right now.
Cool. So, Don Diego, on that note, give yourself a point of contact in your background.
Backgrounds. Contact?
Yup.
1 point of contact.
You now
Uh-huh.
have Lucita as a major contact.
Holy
Christ.
shit. Like, I don't even know how that is, but I know I that's big.
No, that's the thing. That's
That's-
a big thing. That's a big old thing.
Lord, you bagged yourself an amazing one. Like, I know you joked about how you're the boy toy, but seriously, having someone like that character as a major contact is a major flex.
Hell yeah.
What's Don Diego's generation again?
I believe he's 10th.
10th?
Yeah,
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah,
You
he better have a 10 or something to bring, or else she ain't gonna be that happy.
Like, even your sire is going to be so impressed, like, how? How did you do that? I didn't teach you this shit.
I've been trying to
No,
land
it's
her
the-
for 300 years.
Holy shit. Hell yeah.
And so what did we think of the politicking tonight? Hopefully that wasn't too much of a bore or anything.
Oh, Jesus.
Nah. Like, I mean, this is part of Vampire. You've got the interplay of these things, and this guy, I was like, oh, you could help me be Prince. He gave you a couple minor boons, but I could give you a major boon.
And that's honestly the big thing with Khalik, because the big thing is she wants to be left alone, and this guy is not only offering her a major boon, but a major boon on top of, oh, this bitch will not hunt you. So it's like, it's one of those things, but there is a part of Khalik that's like, you know what, I could also just betray him and say, hey, your seneschal totally wants to fuck you over. And I could just hand him to you on a silver platter if you want to, or I can let him screw you over. So,
Option.
Khalik has been given options and power, and she's honestly weighing her options.
So
Alright, let's go for another 2 hours.
So I take it that means that you enjoyed my way of getting Khalik back into the game.
Yes, I was honestly afraid because he was like, oh, we have 3 hours until sunrise, so I thought, oh, I should probably, like, get underground and at least find a safe place, and then there was plot going on, I'm like, oh, fuck, I think I fucked myself.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, that closed the door but opened a window I'd been wanting to open for a while now. I've been looking for an opportunity to have Declan pull Khalik aside and plot his betrayal.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
damn.
like, Jesus, it's one of the things where, like, Khalik despises civilization and nobility, but she knows a power play when she sees it. She didn't make it 1,000 years without realizing that. So when somebody important is saying, hey, I can give you this protection, of course she's going to listen.
Exactly, and he knows that too.
Like,
Go
ahead, Frank.
because we only play this once a month, and because it is so political and like stuff to keep track of, like we should talk about Vampire a little more later to keep it fresh, maybe, or like what we're.
Good idea.
I agree.
I came to this session very much like, all right, we are
I
Don
have a
Diego, we're
proposition.
vibing. I don't know what's going on, and that's okay. I'm new, but the more we play, the less that's going to be true.
Strider
I
has a
have a
proposition.
proposition.
Go on, please.
Could we possibly do it every other week?
I was honestly going to suggest the same thing. I would totally be okay with making this a bi-weekly thing, like making this Pokemon Dark Ages. I would be totally okay with that.
I won't say no, but the Only thing would be, B, it's up to you as far as whether you're ready to prep and, like, switch off for that.
Oh, trust me, prepping for Vampire is way easier than prepping for Pokemon. It's so easy for me to just, like, improvise and do things on the fly with World of Darkness.
What? A vampire character doesn't have to have 6 Pokemon that have 70 levels you have to plot? Oh, dang.
Then pause again. If that's the case, so you don't burn yourself out easier, that might actually be more strategic. So that way it's also your little break.
So, I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of fallen in love with Dark Ages. I love these characters, and I feel like, as a coterie, we are slowly becoming closer to each other. Like, we're starting to mesh, and I would like to spend a little bit more time with them, so I would totally be okay with doing a bi-weekly thing.
Frey, what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are that I touched my eye again. I really need to know not to do that.
Oh my god!
All
I
right.
washed my hands. I did. I swear. God.
Who
Okay.
has the brain cell? Does Apollo have the brain cell?
I do not object to doing more Dark Ages. It is definitely a game that I do not invest as much into as, like, with the notes and stuff. That, like, you know, I am just coming fresh off of nights and nights and nights of rehearsals, and I'm just like, I'm just here. I'm just Don Diego. We're suave, and there's shit to pay attention to. And like politics, like I think, yeah, I'm cool. Like,
Okay.
I would be happy with more Vampire.
Excellent. That's all I needed to hear. So if it's unanimous, then yeah, we can start switching off from week to week between Pokemon and Dark Ages. And I agree. I think that would also be a good way to give me more time to prep for Pokemon as well in between. So we will try that out on a probationary period until at least the end of the story, and we'll figure out what we want to do from there.
Hell yeah.
But
And then
until
we can all
then,
kind of have
sorry,
like
go
our
on.
own, like, no, you're good. And then we can all kind of like take our little breaks.
Exactly. Speaking of taking breaks, I thank you all so much for being with me this night and playing with me this night. I hope you guys had fun. But I believe it is time for us to sign off. So, thank you everybody so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, please follow me for more streams in the future and subscribe. It really does help me out if you can. And speaking of subscribing, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe and join the Working Class Pack. And be sure to leave a comment under this video to get your voice out there and get us out there. So, until next week, good night everybody, and happy vampires.
Mwah, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll be back next week with Pokemon Rebuilders.